Day 2 National Pro Fishing League right here, Saginaw Bay. We're up the river. Hey, the wind is blowing. I mean, blowing hard today. It's expected to gust like up to like 25. You got largemouth up the river and you got smallmouth out on the lake. It's player's choice. Today, we're going to see a lot of topwater action, a lot of spinnerbait, chatterbait, fishing for largemouth bass. It's going to be interesting. That's it, guys. I think the smallmouth lost and the largemouth won. We're going to see. Weigh-in starts at 3:30.
Kevin Martin. 17 pounds, 7 ounces, a 2-day total of 33 pounds, 13 ounces. Right there, Buck Mallory. Mallory, 18 pounds, 7 ounces, a 2-day total. There's the boom right there, Gary Atkins. He needs 14.02 to take the lead. 15 pounds and 10 ounces, your new leader, and 34 pounds and 13 ounces, your new leader right there, Gary Atkins.
Hello friends and neighbors, and welcome to Finale Friday, Saginaw Bay, stop number 4 for the National Professional Fishing League. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined in studio by my man, Fat Cat Newton and by James Worldwide Watson out on the bay, bringing us that on the water coverage. And we've got a lot of things to decide today, but mainly who's going to take home $50,000 and that beautiful NPFL shield. Yesterday, we started the show by talking about largemouth versus smallmouth, and like we just saw from that piece from James Worldwide Watson, largemouth won out yesterday because of the weather.
Absolutely, man. But guess what? Today it's a different day, different weather, different forecast, and I think them smallmouth are going to come back and show us who the real boss is.
The Great Lakes are known for excellent smallmouth fishing yesterday. Yeah, a little subpar, but a little dicey with the weather. We're going to see if it turns around today. Let's take a look at the top 10 that are doing battle on Finale Friday, trying to take home that $50,000. And right now, this is the official leaderboard after that drive-through weigh-in yesterday with Big Al McCullough and Wisconsin's Gary Atkins, a Great Lakes expert, sitting up top. 35 pounds, 6 ounces, but a slim lead over Michigan's Buck Mallory, champ of stop number 5 last year at Lake Winnebago.
Yeah, and no surprise to see him back where he is today. Like, this is his house.
It's not very far from where he calls home at all. He has experience here. Any surprise that he was mainly largemouth fishing, though, yesterday?
Huge surprise. After talking to him on the round table when we interviewed him, I thought we were going to see him just do all smallies. And then when he came to the stage with all greenies, we were like, whoa. So, and he actually was saying that, man, if I got into him, I was going to make this far run, and you might see sight fishing for brownies. But I don't think we're going to see that today.
No, he told you, man, if I make that final day, if I make it interesting, make it close, I'm going to do some crazy stuff on that last day. We're not seeing that today. He's trying to milk those large.
He found the juice yesterday. He's sticking with it.
And he's certainly got a very special spot, and we're going to get to that here in just a little bit. Of course, John Hookup Sokup, a 2-time winner last year here in the league. We've got a chance to make him a 3-time winner today. Buck Mallory could be a 2-time champ. We have a lot of things, a lot of fireworks that could go off here on Finale Friday. Kevin Martin in 4th place made a big jump yesterday. Another solid bag of largemouth, mixing it up in an area where several anglers are. It is very crowded where Kevin's at, but he has mined it for all it's worth to be just 1 pound 9 ounces off that lead. Very tight at the top of the leaderboard. Tim Wilson, the Indiana angler, dropped a bomb on day 1, almost 22 pounds of mixed bag of big smallies and 1 giant largemouth yesterday. Off of his pace just a little bit, but still in the hunt and could turn it around.
Had the right mindset, stuck with it. He was around fish. He was very self-aware. He was seeing things, seeing movements, and capitalizing on what he saw. But just like you say, he was around fish, just not the right fish yesterday.
Without a doubt. Ohio's Randy Kukral, somebody that is very familiar with northern fisheries. Not a surprise to see him in our top 10. Another guy that could pull off of W today.
Absolutely.
Also largemouth fishing, though. It really is. You look through this top 10, it's mostly largemouth. It's crazy to us that's the storyline here on Finale Friday. Of course, no stranger to catching largemouth and shallow largemouth. Keith Carson in 7th place. To me, he's 2 pounds 4 ounces off the lead. The most dangerous guy in that top 10, in my opinion. A 19-pound bag yesterday. You and I were watching that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al, and something that I caught that he said, he smallmouth fished all 3 days of practice, smallmouth fished day 1, and he said, yeah, I just went fishing today and I figured it out, and he caught 19 pounds. There's not a better angler in our field at shallow vegetation largemouth. Would you agree? Yeah.
Fact.
That's very much like Florida. When we get out there on the water, you're going to see that. Very much like Florida.
Sam Whitmire, how he's been doing. He's a Florida boy. That is one thing unique about this body of water, man. You think, you're up in Great Lakes. It's going to be clear water, smallmouth. But these boys have found this backwater, and it's like home for them Florida boys.
No doubt about it. A lot of largemouth coming across the stage. Landon Tucker, another one of our largemouth contingents there. Timmy Reams, leading the Progressive AOY and hanging in the top 10, made a big jump yesterday, also fishing for largemouth. And rounding out the top 10, the one and not only John Cox, the Georgia angler, 31 pounds, 8 ounces. And let's take a look at that Progressive Angler of the Year. We've got a very tight race, but at the top, but a little bit of separation, just as you predicted. I got to give you some credit. You said, man, that northern swing, we're going to see some flipping and flopping, and we have certainly done that. Timmy Reams, though, as you just saw in ninth place, he's not flipping and flopping. He has got both hands and feet on that golden shield right now.
Absolutely, man. I think, like we talk about, man, he's doing well here. And Sandusky's going to set up similar. If he carries this momentum to Florida, he's going to be a hard one to mess with.
Without a doubt. Kevin Rogers, the crappie king, who had, by his standards, an abysmal year last year, just getting into the pro bass fishing game. Of course, has that crappie experience, tons of big titles there in the crappie world. Did not translate for him last year. It's translating this year. He is on his game. But unfortunately, in this event, in 41st place.
But he's going to limit both days.
Absolutely.
He's around fish.
Right out of check range.
Right.
But still not that top 10 pace that Timmy Reams is showing us. You're going to have to run him down. Of course, Sheldon Collings, our Oklahoma angler that we talk about so much that he is due for a big win. Not going to happen this week.
Probably
Very uncharacteristic, bad finish so far for Sheldon. He's down in 76th place. And this is a fishery where it's very hard to make that up, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
Somebody could catch a 20-pound plus bag and vault themselves way up that leaderboard.
Absolutely. And one thing with that, with NPFL being a 3-day full field tournament, he does have an opportunity today to make ground and possibly make that check line.
Ryan Davidson holding down the 4th place spot coming into this event, but he's 60th right now in the tournament standings, so could certainly see a shift there. Bryant Smith, one of our most consistent anglers in the league, in 35th right now. Gary Atkins, our tournament leader, so I think you're going to have a hard time knocking him out of this progressive AOI.
He's not
10.
going anywhere.
Yeah,
no, like I say, Sandusky neck. Oh yeah, he's ready to roll.
Great northern angler, lots of tournament experience up there, lots of tournament success. Logan Millsap's a newcomer, riding around with his dad Jesse out here, father-son combo in the league, and he is holding it down, man. Logan in 24th place in this event. He's keeping that big momentum rolling. Todd Goad, unfortunately, having a tough event here as well, down below the 50s there. And Kentucky, Sean Murphy rounding out that top 10, the progressive AOI. And Murphy having another good one here, 26th place right now so far. So lots of moving and shaking. I jumped over Eddie Carper there. Eddie having a good tournament here as well. He's in the 30s. But B, I have to ask you this again. We talked it yesterday. Will we see that famed Great Lakes huge bag of smallmouth today?
Today's going to happen. So in my mindset, day one, they had good weather. We saw some good bags, some good smallmouth bags.
Sure.
Yesterday, that wind changed on them. Them boys, we saw Patrick Walters. Everybody's thinking Patrick Walters is going to be out there doing it.
Man.
He was fighting the weather, fighting the wind, fighting that chop.
Committed to it.
Very committed, and it didn't pay off for him. But he was fine with his decision, just how it was. Only came in with 2 fish yesterday. We saw Trent Palmer out there. He said, man, I'm getting out of here. Gary Atkins, we saw him get out of the rough water, go to calm water, get back out in it. Today, the water is not going to be as rough. I think those guys that have located smallmouth out there, today's the day where they really capitalize on it and come in with that 20-pound plus sack of them brownies.
And if you're just joining us, a lot of our guys are running 30, 40, 50 plus miles out into the big water to get after those smallmouth. And yesterday, Patrick was 40 miles away. He came in 4th place after finishing 2nd and then winning an event. We're like, here we go again. It's the Patrick Walter show. We actually built it up. We said, hey, he could potentially win progressive AOI. He had slid up to 25th in the AOI points and missed our first event there at Lake Cumberland. And then yesterday, very, very strange for him. Only 2 bass. And we talked about it as we watched it. His roommate, Trent Palmer, pulled the plug on the smallmouth, went and caught largemouth. He's in 16th place today. He played it safe, backed it up. Patrick goes, hey, man, I'm swinging.
But
and
Patrick, all day, he was on fish. He was looking at
right.
fish. He said he's not going to be out there blind casting. If you see him casting, it's because he sees fish, whether with his eyes or on his graphs, and saw him, just couldn't talk him into biting.
But so far, the story has been, and I'm going to eat crow. I like it with a little A1 on it or
lemon
something.
pepper,
a little sip of
aluminum
black
foil,
rifle
throw in the microwave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes, sir.
Absolutely. I said smallmouth, hands down, are going to win. Gary Atkins, hopefully, he's my Lone Ranger, man. He's got to pull it off to make me look like I know what I'm talking about. But largemouth are stealing the show at Saginaw Bay.
Facts.
And across that drive-through weigh-in stage yesterday, I caught 50, I caught 60, I caught 30, I caught 100. These guys are catching so many bass. This place is chock full of green bass. It's
No
crazy.
doubt about it. They're all over the place, and you would think, well, maybe just in the river system. But even when they get out in the bay, they're catching them out in the bay, focusing on those reed lines out there on the bay and catching quality largemouth out there.
We saw that from John Sokup yesterday. He is in the jungle.
Oh, he's in the jungle.
You're going to get the string pull where your Axl Rose impression. So Sokup, a big live scope guy, figured, coming into this one, John he'll be live scoping out there. Nope, got the big rod in his hand, doing some flipping up there in the reeds, and he's found himself only 1-9 out as well.
And we heard
Martin's 1-9 out.
We heard him talk about yesterday. He's like, man, if I get a camera tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get where I want to get to, or if the water level drops 2 inches out. So we're going to see some interesting stuff today by John Sokup.
John said he's shallower than most of the field, taking his boat as far into the goods as he can get. We saw that with Trent Palmer yesterday too. Very, very shallow. One thing's for sure, we've got 5 great guys to follow on camera today. They're going to break it down. Gary Atkins, fingers crossed, man. I need some big brown smallmouth to come across this screen
He's
today.
your guy.
Come across he is my guy. He did a great job of breaking down the Great Lakes for us yesterday. And the interesting thing about Gary to me was when he decided, hey, these smallmouth are roaming. They've gotten off of the offshore stuff, the shoal I'm fishing, picked up the flipping stick, went to the reeds.
He did.
Caught him a couple largemouth that coiled up, and then he's like, all right, I'm going back out here. And he was able, after we went off live, to catch a really nice kicker smallmouth to hold on to that lead. 6 ounces going in.
He's the guy we talk about as far as versatility. When we saw the schedule come out, we knew it was going to have to be a well-rounded angler to take home that Progressive AOI trophy at the end of the year. And he seems to be that guy. So Timmy Reams, he's doing a great job. He needs to continue doing a great job because Gary's coming.
I think between this tournament, Sandusky, Gary's going to have a lot to say over there in Ohio, I believe, at stop number 5 there for sure with the northern experience. I know he's fished over there. He mentioned yesterday he'd never been to Saginaw Bay. So I've been to every Great Lake. This is my first time here, Lake Huron. And he's showing out, man. Showed up, showed out. And we're here in his hometown in the studio.
That's
man,
right.
They're going to have a parade for him in Appleton, Wisconsin if he can pull off this NPFL shield. But there are several anglers with something to say about it. One thing's for sure, we're going to have plenty to say about all things going on Saginaw Bay today as we broadcast from now all the way to 2 p.m. today, bringing you the live action with James Watson out on the water. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in this morning. Get you some Black Rifle coffee. Hang with us. There's going to be lots of hook sets today, lots of action, and lots of drama as we decide whether these largemouth are going to win out on Saginaw Bay or these smallmouth bass. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break for live action from Bay City, Michigan.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome to Saginaw Bay, stop number 4 of the National Professional Fishing League, and our first look out on the water this morning. Our day 1 leader, Tim Wilson, coming into today in 5th place. The Indiana angler, lots of experience on this body of water back in the 90s, early 2000s.
Fishing them Redmans.
Hooking up live for us this morning. Tim Wilson back on his swim jig program, weighed in 4 smallmouth and 1 largemouth the first day. The smallmouth offshore, and he felt like it was going away, so he didn't even risk it yesterday. Came straight to the largemouth, and we saw him catch several fish, just not the quality he had on.
He's picking up where he left
one.
off, though, like you said, throwing that swim jig in them reeds.
We were able to catch up with Tim's. He unhooks that bass, drops it in the box there. We were able to catch up with Tim this morning to get his feelings headed into finale Friday, being within striking distance of his first ever Shield. Indiana's Tim Wilson.
Feel pretty good, actually. I was a little sore from the run yesterday when I first got up. I'm an old man now, but I feel real good. I was gonna go out to my smallmouth just to see if it was a morning bite the other day, and the wind's supposed to actually be pretty decent this morning, but then it's gonna get up out of the southwest to 14, and it said gust up to 21. So I think I'm gonna, for the first part of the day, play it a little safe, and if I can secure a limit, of 10 to 12 pounds, I think I might start looking for some smallmouth. But I'm a largemouth man at heart, so I'm gonna go for that. But it's been, I'm not used to being in this position, so the decision making hasn't just rolled off the end of my tongue. We're supposed to get a little rain in a couple hours, so like I said, I'm gonna go do what I did yesterday and get that far. We'll see how it plays out after that. But the good thing about it is I got a long day. I got till 5:30, so I'm not in any kind of mode to be in a hurry or anything, except just I'm a little hyper when I get there and fish, of course, like everybody else is. My family's driving up today. I'm a little nervous about that. Just, you always want to perform when your friends and everybody else text you, and I mean, the support has been unreal. I didn't realize that people, care that much, so it kind of gets emotional. And to win one of these, absolute dream come true. Absolute dream come true. So, and I'm just gonna see how the day rides out.
Great stuff from Tim Wilson. And before we went live, Tim was doing work out on the bay. Replay, of course, right when we joined him live there, he boxed a keeper. And Tim, very, very just interesting guy, man. He's a veteran tournament guy, but yesterday we really enjoyed spending the day with him, and he just said it right there. He said, man, I'm not in this position. And he said it yesterday. He said, I'm not a tournament closer. He said, I get checks, but I've never won a Shield. I've never been in this position. And he said, man, I'm just, the decision making is not there for me. He's a ball of nerves, but he's having a great time, and he's fished a great event to this point.
Yeah, I think he's been fishing very comfortable because he's just comfortable with who he is and where he's at. And I think he's happy to be where he is. he's made some good decisions. I mean, like you say, he went out there first day, man. By 9:30, he had 17 pounds of smallmouth and 4 fish.
It's been an eventful morning. Not a lot of fish. I probably caught 10 fish. Second cast, I think, caught a keeper. I threw one back because I hooked him in the tongue, and I wasn't sure if he was going to live, and he weighed 1 3/4 pounds, and I sure, with the pound penalty, and you have to keep the dead fish, I went ahead and let it swim off. But I'm just pitching a single to these reeds, and a lot of bites. So, but if I can get, I got 3 in the live well right now. If I can get 2 more, hopefully one of them be a decent fish, I might be heading out to the Charities. The wind hasn't started up yet. I'll go out there and check it out for a couple hours and come back into this stuff. So we'll have to wait and see, but you're getting a lot of bites. Good action. Kind of relaxes you a little bit. But
He mentioned those Charities. That's where he caught those 4 smallmouth for 17 pounds day one.
But also where Patrick Walters stayed all day.
We saw fish all day.
The fish certainly live there. It's a fantastic area. Tim, off to a great start. And a lot of our anglers are looking at that Way Live leaderboard. There are lots of bass going into these boats today.
Son.
We're going to jump over and check in with a guy that has probably caught more than anybody in the tournament from talking to him and hearing him on the drive-through weigh-in stage with Big Al, and that is Michigan's Buck Mallory, one of our favorites coming into this event. And Buck is fishing a really unique spot, lots of fish coming and going, and all largemouth so far. And he protected this area yesterday. He said he had what he had by 11:30 and then just power poled down, hung in there. And Buck trying to become a 2-time champion in the league here on another northern fishery. We called up with Mr. Mallory this morning, fixing newlywed.
That's right.
Buck Mallory this morning. Let's check in with Uncle Buck.
Dangerous man to have behind you. That John Sukup, he's a heck of a good guy, man. He's already won 2 of those things. He's not far enough behind for me not to be a little nervous about that. Hands down. I mean, there's a lot of good guys in this top 5 that can do it. I mean, there's even guys that have rallied that are like in 7th and 8th. I think Keith's in 7th. If he catches another 19 pounds, man, it's going to be hard to beat him even. So we just got to keep our head down, keep grinding, fish clean. That's the biggest thing for me. I need to make sure that I fish really clean today. If I fish clean, I don't lose anything, I can get a pound bag. I'm certain of it. Maybe better, I don't know. I haven't seen anything bigger than 4. But there's a lot of fish in there. Maybe they've been eluding me, and today with the clouds, it might be the day. So let's just give it our best shot, pray, work hard, and if it's in the cards, it's in the cards. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. Long day. I've left this place by 11:30 every day. Well, I take that back. I stayed there till 2 o'clock yesterday, but I didn't make a cast after 11 o'clock, and I felt like I was a prison guard. I was like flaving it that wanted to come fish it because they were trying to get out the wind, and I felt bad, but I was courteous, and they were very courteous and had a lot of sportsmanship with it. They said, you're killing it. We were just trying to get out of the wind. This is your spot. We'll leave it alone. Couldn't ask for better people. Maybe it's the day that I can stick in there all day and eventually stumble into that 4 3/4, 5 pound fish that I really need. So we'll keep you guys posted on live. Watch us on live, and I'm hoping to have a whole lot of action for everybody. I'm going to smash on today.
Some action with Buck before we went live this morning, and
get up in there.
B, we can see all the cameras, all the going on, and Buck has been wearing the fish out this morning. Catching
He's
them.
been doing work, man. No doubt about it.
Back live with Buck here.
Most of the field's been doing work this morning.
No doubt about it.
But Buck is definitely on a roll.
Morning, everybody. This is day 3. We started the morning in 2nd place. Good place to be. Just a few ounces behind the leader, and I'm at the same place that I fished both days before. And as you can see from the backdrop, I'm just in a little canal here. Nothing really super crazy, but every fish that I've weighed into the tournament so far has came out of here. It's a very slow and methodical presentation doing. Pretty basic. I'm just alternating through like 3 or 4 different baits, running the riprap wall here. And I'm very methodically going through it, like super precise. I pick up like the swim jig right now. I make 7 or 8 casts about the same distance because the water's a little dirty, and angle of attack just a little bit. And I'll pick my poles up and I'll grab my flipping jig and I'll pick it apart going up through to about my farthest part of my cast, drop the poles and do it again. It's like a wash, rinse, repeat type of situation. Super boring to watch, I'm sure, so I apologize. But I don't even know what time it is right now, and I think I've already caught like 20 fish. But the average today has been a little smaller, and I'm blaming that right now on the fact that there really isn't any wind in here. My better fish on average have came farther in the back anyway. We've got 2 keepers in the boat, so we're not doing bad, and we've got a really long day ahead of us. So stay with us here. Hopefully you can see some good fish catches, and we'll keep her moving and hope for the best.
Good stuff from Buck Mallory right there in second place, trying to chase down that second shield. But now we're going to check in with the man coming into today, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins, the day 2 leader. Started the event in second place. It's a great stringer, all big smallies. He is our lone smallmouth angler in the top 10. I never thought I would say that. That at least is targeting exclusive smallmouth. I mean, you never know. We saw guys largemouth fishing weighing in a couple big smallmouth yesterday at the drafted weigh-in. But Gary is certainly just keeping that spinning rod in his hand more than he's not out there offshore. Great Lakes expert. And we called up with him this morning to get his feelings on this finale Friday and his chance at taking on $50K and that NPFL shield.
Gary Atkins here, day 3, Saginaw Bay, 4th stop of the NPFL series. I'm going out number 1 today, leading by 6 ounces. I'm looking forward to a good day out on the water. The winds have laid down. Looks like we're going to have a good ride to my area. Got a kind of long journey ahead of us, but I know when I get there I should be able to catch the fish. I want to thank some sponsors real quick. The Real Shot. Without them, this is impossible for me. I'm living my dream right now. U.S. Trades, great staffing agency, always looking out for me. Spirit Construction, Get Bit Baits, PH Custom Lures, all great companies. Can't do it without them. Proud to be representing them today. I just got to go out there and do what I do, and hopefully I can bring home that shield and get my first NPFL win.
A lot of emotions going into this day. Can you describe how it feels and how you can maybe control them?
A lot of emotions going into today, that's for sure. But I've been doing this a long time. I just got to block it out, focus on what I've got to do today. Just go out and do my job, do what I love to do, and I'll be fine.
A lot of stress going into their 5th day in a row, 5th or 6th day?
Yeah, at my age, I'm 55 years old. I'm actually on my 6th day on the water. Long days, my body is wore down, but I've been eating right, getting good sleep. I think I'm up for the task. I think I'll be fine.
Gary has certainly been fine this morning.
Oh yeah.
Been doing work since we've been in the studio. We've seen a lot of this from Gary. Not the size he's going to want to bring in this afternoon, but man, just ease the nerves.
That's right.
And we saw this yesterday. Some of his biggest fish came late. Beautiful smallmouth. Been drop shotting a Berkeley flatworm, surprise, surprise, using that max scent.
They use those up here at the Great Lakes?
Yeah, I think the smallmouth seem to like them. But Gary has been fast and furious this morning so far. Off to a fantastic start. That's one of the right ones right there.
Yeah, it is.
Gary Atkins doing work so far. Now back live with our tournament leader, Gary Atkins. looks to be in the same area as yesterday. That little offshore hooked up.
That's a little
Offshore. We noticed that water has we talked about it yesterday.
like
Got
8
a little
inches.
stain to it compared to the other stuff we were watching guys fish.
Might even be a perch. Nope, little smallie.
Look at that little guy there.
Look at that little fella.
Put him in your pocket.
Yeah.
Bring him back to Alma.
Hey, little buddy. All right, go get Big Mama. Go find Big Belly Kelly.
It does, big difference. So yesterday when the current was coming across this shoal, it was coming across from the east, and it must have spread the fish out. They weren't here. I had to work my tail off for the bites I got yesterday. Now the wind switched back to the same wind we had in practice, and we pulled up and I put 10 fish in the boat in probably 15 minutes. It's a big difference. So yeah, I'm glad to see that the fish are back. It's gonna make for an exciting day. So I just gotta keep my head on straight and put them in the boat, and hopefully at the end of the day we can walk away with this thing.
That's not what the rest of the field needs to hear right now.
Exactly what I was fixing to say.
Focused.
Yeah,
He is dialed up this morning.
Yeah. Yep.
And
boy, oh boy, it's gonna be one.
It's just one of those events, man, that these smallmouth, there's so many of them, man, and I still think that they can take the title.
You were saying how finicky they can be and how finicky they are, and they're not that finicky this morning.
Not at all. He has absolutely been on a roll. But another guy that got on a roll yesterday and is continuing that today is third place angler Kevin Martin. We're going to check in with Kevin right now in his little back. Gary hooked up.
Adjusting his drag. Might have some shoulders on it.
Gary Atkins live.
He knew we were about
Welcome
to go.
to
so
the
he's like,
Gary
"Nah," he
Show.
said, "Don't leave yet." I got, Here we go. That little one went back and got Big Mama.
Not a big one, but
I'd like to apologize to the Kevin Martin family.
We're coming.
Gary rudely interrupted us with a beautiful smallmouth.
Whoa. Easy there. That one will help a little bit.
Attaboy.
They are snapping out there on that shoal.
A little bit better than the last one he caught.
But they're still biting. I'll check him with that other one quick and see if he helps at all.
You really just know at any minute with these fish biting like this, 3, 4, 5 pounders gonna find that flatworm eventually this morning. As many bites. It's, to me, which they will school up by size a lot of times on these northern fisheries, but it doesn't seem to be that way as much on Saginaw Bay from what we've seen. And we saw that with Gary yesterday. He's catching a lot of similar sized fish in the afternoon. Some bigger ones did push into this area. So they're mixed up in here on this shoal a little bit. And it's hard to get this many bites and not catch a good one or two. Which we've heard that from a lot of our largemouth guys. Are like, I'm catching 50, but I can't catch a 3-pounder, you know.
We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen guys talk about that and just can't break that 12-pound 5 fish.
Gary's going to wear out that balance beam today, but we're gonna run in over to Kevin Martin now, backwater largemouth guru yesterday. I mean, smoked them. Kevin had a great day too. We saw him boat multiple fish and fishing some offshore grass in a backwater bay. Been doing some flipping to isolated patches of grass. He's also been doing some chatterbaiting and some buzz baiting out there. We're hoping we get to see a little bit of that today. For sure, Kevin Martin. And we caught up with Kevin this morning too. This is his first ever top 5 going into a finale Friday. Having a great year though, sitting in 27th in that progressive AOY, but not on camera yet until finale Friday here at Saginaw Bay. Let's check in with Kevin Martin.
We're going to head south in the river. I've been staying in the river all week. We're going to head down and we're going in a backwater off of the main river. And I actually found it the last day of practice. And I didn't really realize what was in there, you know, there's quite a few of them in there. So we're gonna go down and fish some grass today. Hopefully we can get some bites. The louder, the better for them.
There we go. Before we went live this morning, that buzz bait we were talking about. For Mr. Martin, now back out live with Kevin. Stayed in this area yesterday till almost 1 o'clock, just milking it for all it was worth.
Well, it's pretty slow this morning compared to normal. Usually by now I would have 4 or even maybe a limit by 8:30 every morning, and I've been fishing one stretch of grass. It's about 100 yards long, and I kind of feel like that it's had a lot of pressure from me and a lot of pressure from other boats, and I just kind of feel like that we've kind of pushed them out of there. It's real shallow grass. It's only 1.5 foot deep in there, and I got 2 off from it this morning, but that's it. I mean, it's like it's dried up. I just think they've probably dispersed a little bit or moved to another patch of grass somewhere, and we're right now we're actually in search of the new spot. Just looking.
You can hear that buzz bait. It's got blah, 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 blah. Logan.
Kevin sharing this area, he just mentioned there.
I've been throwing it's actually a Big Daddy Baits buzz bait. It's actually got hair, like bucktail hair on it. I'll actually give you a quick shot of it if you want.
Big Daddy, one of our guys, Brian Hatfield.
Bucktail hair, and it's hits the head or it squeaks. But I've got it. Actually, this week I've got it to where it actually hits the clack. Where it hits the head, and seems like they'll bite it pretty good. That's been probably I've weighed the most bass in on that. I've also caught them on a swim jig. A Brazalo lure swim jig, 3/8 ounce, just white. I've been going white with everything, and I've been flipping a little bit with like a Mud Puppy Custom Lures. It's a trash possum. I'm flipping the grass a little bit and frogging, just basic grass fishing. Is what I've been doing.
Trash possum. I like a trash possum.
Trash possum is a great name for a bait.
And that buzz bait, it's going to sound like it got a daggone oversized cam in it.
But this area has absolutely been pummeled. I want to point that out. Sam Whitmire, who started the day yesterday in 5th place, he had a slower day quality-wise, got a lot of bites in this area, but I believe Taylor Umlin's been in this area. Another one of our anglers has been catching. There was some local pressure in here yesterday. James Worldwide Watson was in here eating snacks yesterday.
Who knows what he was doing?
So who knows what he did to the area while he was in there. But every time we would look over James's shoulder yesterday, though, boat to boat, there were just boats everywhere in this area. Obviously, it's a big backwater bay, but you do wonder how much pressure it can take, how many trolling motors buzz in their heads, how many buzz baits, how many chatter baits. It's certainly...
A lot of folks were looking for this because of the big water was so crazy yesterday with that wind.
And from Kevin Martin, we're going to check in with someone that is no stranger to the hardware here in the league, and that is Oklahoma's John Sokup.
Oh.
These Saginaw Bay bass are just so
They
real.
know. They're listening to it. I think they're watching TNPFL.com.
Tuned in.
Here we go.
Attaboy.
That's not a big one, but we'll take it for now.
We will see a lot of this today, I think. A lot of fish catching going on at Saginaw Bay.
Got that overcast this morning. No 37,000 mile per hour wind.
Yeah.
So they're
a chance of thunderstorms, though, a chance of rain coming in. There's a band moving over the middle of the lake from west to east. So some of these boys might get wet today.
Got the fish snapping a little bit this morning.
Something's going on.
Something's going on for sure.
They're feisty.
Kevin Martin, we're going to go check in.
Actually, every time I get bit, you'll notice I actually pull down because you know, sometimes there could be actually like a group of them. And I try to make, you know, a few casts back in that same area to see if there's actually more than one bass there.
Good stuff from Kevin Martin right there. And now over to Hookup, Soakup. John Soakup, who flipped his way into the top 5. Had a great day one, but yesterday he said, man, I got as shallow as I could get, and he is in the jungle, and you can see right there over his shoulder flipping these reeds. And really our only angler that we've seen, we see a lot of guys out on that hard edge, swim jigging, throwing topwater, throwing chatterbaits, and doing a little bit of flipping, but he is in the goods right here, and we're gonna get to see some fun stuff from John Soakup. But we caught up with John this morning, going out to see what his thoughts were on potentially becoming a 3-time Shield winner here in the National Professional Fishing League.
Finale Friday, Saginaw Bay, sitting in 4th place. We got about a 30-minute aisle here to get our thoughts together, figure out what we're going to do today. About a pound and a half off the lead. Feeling blessed, didn't even think we'd be in the top check range to start the tournament. Practice is kind of rough, so we ran into them. We ran into them the way I know how to fish, real shallow, getting dirty with the Express. The water's getting sucked out. That's the story of the day, is how much water is actually on these reeds and how are the fish behaving to that water change. So we got 10 rods on the deck. We're gonna do swim jigging, we're gonna frog, and we're gonna be flipping, and then by the end of the day, I'm sure at some point we'll be taking a big 1-ounce weight and flipping, punching into those reeds. Looking for big fish today. Anything over 3 is what we need. We need overs. That means 3-pounders or better. We'll see how we do. It's gonna take over 17. You're not gonna be able to limp in with a 16-pound sack. And it could be the biggest sack of the day, the tournament. It could be the 19-pound sack could happen. So in the top 10, everybody's really tight. There's a couple guys that caught them really well yesterday. So it's going to take over 17 to win this, and potentially up to 19 pounds today to pull it off.
A couple of the fish catches before we went live this morning, and we've been in studio watching John, and he has been absolutely doing work this morning with the flipping stick and the frog. You can see right there, it doesn't even look like there's water. But he has absolutely made several culls already.
Oh, that's a better one.
But he is in the thick of it, doing work this morning. Good stuff right there.
It is, man. So that was the one that was new.
It's largemouth heaven. That's what that is. John Soakup, and now back out live with John Hookup Soakup here.
And to remind everyone at home that we are not in Florida.
Yeah, yes.
We are
if you're just if you're just joining us, this is not Lake Toho. This is not Okeechobee. Very right on cue.
24.
John is going to need Band-Aids on his thumbs.
Oh, yeah.
If he's caught this many every day.
I think they're well calloused.
Yeah,
he
that's
catches
a fact.
them.
We've said it before. When he gets that, when he gets the Soakup laugh, you gotta watch out.
Yeah. That's when you see the eyes of determination.
And it's interesting with John, last year won our inaugural event there at Lake Eufaula, and with his involvement with the bass tank, he is a live scope forward-facing sonar, I would say expert, guru, whatever you want to call it. He is super dialed, but then he won at the Harris Chain with a flipping stick in his hand. Here we see again, and that's that Oklahoma boy coming out of him. He grew up shallow water
What else
fishing.
is it? Versatility.
No doubt.
Here we go.
Number 25. Just tell me when we're live so I know. Wow. Long and skinny.
John sitting in that 12th spot for that progressive AOY.
He's so skinny.
he could definitely get his third shield here on this event and possibly set himself up pretty good for that progressive AOI at the end of the year.
He's going to help a little bit. We're going to call number 5 out. Number 5 and number 3 are my smallest. Skinny guy puts me at 13.5 pounds.
13.5 already this morning for hookup, soak up.
Oh, he's long. He should have been a nice one.
We're going to let John sort it out there in that express live well, get back to fishing, and we are going to check in with our sponsors that make all this possible here at the National.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Saginaw Bay in a familiar sight live with our tournament leader, Gary Atkins. I mean, fast and furious this morning. We've seen several culls already. So he's working his way up to hopefully winning $50,000.
I'm liking it, guys. I'm liking it.
Having himself a morning so far, Gary Atkins.
He's just catching them, man. Weeding through them, getting that quality out of that quantity.
While we were on break there, the uninterrupted coverage, he called it his biggest fish of the morning, looked like. Well, thanks for sure, B.
I'm
no
awesome.
Black Rifle coffee needed when you wake up to this in the morning.
It helps, though.
It does help, but I mean, no smallmouth will wake you up.
They'll wake you up.
No caffeine needed.
They'll wake you up, but not like a cup of Black Rifle coffee.
You drink more of it than anybody I know.
Oh, dude, I'm all about that life.
Not yet, but I'll tell you what, I'm fixing to. Ooh, just missed one. You got my bait, I can tell already. This rod is so sensitive. Just the missing of that flatworm, I can tell it's gone. That's how sensitive this rod is.
Gary with a lot of rods out.
Well, you know you're having a good day when you're on bag number 2.
One rod Todd.
He's wound up. He sounds like me after drinking a pot of Black Rifle coffee.
Yes. You know, we said the way he was dialed up this morning.
That one absolutely smoked it. I don't know how I missed him.
That it's scary if the rest of the field could hear the way he's talking this morning. He's really fired up, but for me, looking on that deck and he's got one rod out, truly
dialed in.
I mean, he's got a plan.
We do like we talked about after his practice and everything, and his day one. He tried throwing the small key tech. He tried
Good thing is he never got the hook, so.
Tried throwing the jig.
He may try to eat another one.
Tried several things, and the only thing he could catch him on was that drop shot. And we saw him yesterday, though. Drop shot wasn't hitting on much on day 2, so he went to the reeds and started flipping.
Sometimes you get hit so hard and so aggressive, I don't know how you don't get the fish.
Not letting that drop shot soak either. He's really being, almost power fishing, being aggressive with the drop shot, working it across that shoal, keeps it moving. But with as aggressive as these fish seem to be this morning, he's just covering water. When those smallmouth, they are so finicky at times. When they flip that switch and they decide to be bullies, a lot of times you can't work a bait too fast. They want to run it down. That just infuriates them.
They're trying to get it before the other one gets it too, right? That's when you see them wolf pack and you reel them that one back to the boat and it's got 3, 4, 5 with them. And we saw Patrick Walters yesterday when he did catch one. He saw him coming. He was able to get that one of the boat, and while he was trying to unhook that one, put it in the box, he cast it back out and let it soak while he was working on the one he caught. For you folks at home that have heard us talk about Black Rifle Coffee this morning, proud to announce they came on board with us here at NPFL. And if you want to take advantage of us celebrating that, they're offering a subscription box these days. And if you go to blackriflecoffee.com, sign up for that subscription box, you can pick the frequency, the flavors, anything you want. make sure you use code BLASTOFF25 and get 25% off that subscription. I'm a big fan of it. Oh, yeah. Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
From Gary Atkins, we're going to check in a little boat-to-boat action. The man that came into the event today in 10th place, Georgia's John Cox. And John is not in South Bay, down in Clewiston, Florida right now.
I don't think he's using power poles. I think he's using his trolling motor as a power pole. He is in some skinny water, isn't he? He's right at home, though. He loves fishing like that. Georgia boy loves that swim jig, loves that shallow water, loves to be around a little bit of vegetation and structure. I don't know what he's feeling, though.
You almost have to say swim jig with John. He throws that swim jig all the time.
You know, he's no stranger to being in that top 10 either. We've had him on camera a couple times, last year and this year.
It was funny at the drive-through weigh-in yesterday. He's notorious, and this is, he says this, so I can say it. He'll have a good day one and a bad day two. And yesterday he improved over his day one weight. He said, this is the first time in 2 seasons.
He did, sure did.
John, he's had success in the league the last 2 years, but he does struggle at times with consistency over the 3 days, and then he'll come back a lot of times, have a great day three, but it's always that day two. So it was funny to hear him say that yesterday. He said, hey, I caught him better on day two this time.
Like you said, he's the first one to acknowledge it too. Like you probably wouldn't even notice it if he didn't bring it up, but it's always on his mind.
Well, that is something that will get in your head in multi-day tournaments. I mean, because obviously it doesn't end after day one, and all of our anglers fish all 3 days. So you've got to bring it in the league for 3 straight days to get paid, to get the points, to have a chance to win. And
you know, John's got kind of a cool story too, man. He's a business owner, owns a successful plumbing company, but he has his daughter, Taylor Cox, phenomenal angler, and he used to be her boat captain and watched her grow up to be an awesome angler. And then when she was done fishing, collegiately or high school, he said, you know what, I'm gonna take a chance at it. That's when he joined NPFL, and he's been taking a good go at it, man. So it's good seeing him out here with his visor. You know, never makes excuses, you know, hashtag no excuses. Throwing them 2K jigs.
he said yesterday he was making a pretty good run, pretty long run. Just swimming that jig, or as I said yesterday, reeling that jig.
Yeah, it's reeling that jig.
Not really the Alabama shake. Got the trolling motor propped up to get as shallow as he can get. We saw several of our anglers. Trent Palmer did that yesterday as well. Stuck a water bottle under that trolling motor bracket so he could just get a little bit shallower.
Yeah, and it was wild too, because when we saw Trent doing it yesterday, he was kicking up water. You could hear the prop just hitting the water, plop, 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 and caught a fish. You go, we got to be quiet.
Right.
Be
Almost
quiet.
right by the trolling motor.
Doosh! Trent catches one. And 3 casts later, caught another one the same way. But it definitely looks like John's fishing the way he wants to fish. It's paying off for him.
He has climbed up our Way Live leaderboard this morning. Unofficially in 7th place now, started the day in 10th.
There we go, fish on. Attaboy. Uh-oh. What's he got? Is it not a bass? If it's a bowfin, oh, pike.
Pike.
There you go. Love having those in the
Familiar.
boat. Look, easy killer. Look, he manhandling that son of a gun. Get that slime off. It's like a daggone eel with teeth, man. Northern pike. That's slimy suckers. That's one thing our anglers have been dealing with a lot. We've seen guys, yesterday, Sam Whitmire, he was around fish. We saw him lose lures to the pike. But, it was, it's frustrating.
John got off to a strong start last season at our inaugural event there at Eufaula, one of his home lakes there. Had a big bite challenge, big bass contender the first day, if you remember, over 7 pounds down there. Having a great tournament here at Saginaw Bay.
Sitting 50th in that progressive AOI coming to this event, so he's racking up some valuable AOI points.
Trolling motor half cock getting as shallow as he can get. Nothing better than catching them in the dirt. From John, I think we're going to catch back up with our day 2 leader coming into Finale Friday. The man that's having himself a morning with some smallmouth bass, Mr. Gary Atkins.
Let's keep going.
How you feeling?
Too much fun.
Well, we were over on John.
Get a couple big ones. I feel a heck of a lot better.
Switched over boat to boat, and Gary started doing work, so we're going to show you a couple of the fish catches from Gary Atkins, steadily upgrading here on Finale Friday. Fat Cat, I don't know if you
that's a better one.
Realize this or not, but
that's a better one.
Still using the same rod, just the one rod, just the one rod. No reason to switch it up this morning.
Oh, no, sir. What do you say? Gary's been doing this a long time. He's not going to quit something that's working for him.
That's a good one.
And we talked about it earlier, man. He tried different things, but this is what everything was chewing for him.
Oh, don't do that, dummy. Come on. Oh, don't do that. Get in there. Yes. There's a 4-pounder.
Dude, I know it's a replay, and I'm still like, oof.
Those are certainly the right kind. Certainly one of the kickers he's been looking for, and then over to
this one might help.
Another great fish for Gary.
He sure looked big when he jumped.
Typically here in the league, our anglers are not allowed to use nets Our tournament director,
Having
Sean
fun today,
Mudhole.
though. I'll tell you
Mudhole,
that.
the
For
one
thing, I
and
should've worn a pair of
only,
knee pads.
decided for angler safety, fish conservation up here on the big water to allow our anglers to use nets here and at Sandusky Bay. And some of our anglers were upset about it. I don't want to use a net. Well, guess what? You got the option not to use it.
That's right.
But Gary is certainly using his, and we've seen most of our anglers using a net this week. No shame in their net game either. You're
Absolutely
fishing for $50,000. It's an even playing field for everybody. Use that net.
And I don't like that either. Come here.
And I'll be honest with you, netting them by yourself is
Buddy,
not
I'm telling
easy.
you what.
Another great fish there for Gary.
That's a good one right
I got
there.
some work to do. I got to figure out which my biggest fish, because this is a nice one too.
Getting a little better.
Fire today.
Listen, y'all boys better look out.
Now back out on Saginaw Bay. Gary Atkins live.
Because anytime the wind has been like this, it's fishing has been just like this.
Gary on the Way Live app says he has 11 pounds. Gary is lying. Actually, I don't think he's updated it lately. You know why? He's been catching too many.
Yes, that's it.
His thumbs have fish slime all over him. He can't get his iPhone to operate right now.
I can always tell when I'm in the right spot just by how the bottom feels. Absolutely, that sinker, I can feel every pebble it touches.
I'm going to jump over and show you the bipolar ways of this fishery from the man offshore, Gary Atkins, our tournament leader coming into today, to John Hookup Soakup.
Just give me a...
Looks like he needs a weed eater.
Man, I'm telling you.
Let's start that whole thing over again.
Tell me about the day so far, John.
Well, we have 9 o'clock. We are on fish catch 30. Caught 29. We're about to catch our 30th, and we've got about 14 and a quarter pounds, something like that. And we've only got two really that we want. We got 2 3-pounders, and the rest are just, you know, in that 2.4 to 2.6 range. So we need over 3-pounders. I really need 4-pounders. There's number 30. We are hurting them. They have got me on their most wanted list today. I am hurting some bass. I'm mad, and I'm trying to catch them. I'm trying to catch their mom, and I can't. We started out swim jigging, caught us 10 fish or so, 5 or so, you know, somewhere in that range. And then we went to frogging, and that wasn't putting big fish in the boat. So then early on, I picked up the flipping stick and went in deep into the thicker stuff and started catching some bigger fish. And so at
Audio issue there with Hookup Soakup. I've seen a little of that running around, a lot of these guys making long runs.
And you called it coming into this event. You're no stranger to fishing up here and service issues. And
how the fish are behaving in these reeds. Are they on the edges? Are they way back in there? And a lot of it has to do with the wind, has to do with the current, has to do with the water clarity, has to do with...
Look, have mercy. Look, they're coming at him every which way. We're going to send security out there to protect him.
We don't need audio to know that the bass are fighting back a little bit against our 2-time champ, John Hookup Soakup.
Inches of water out of these reeds. I mean, it just made these reeds really shallow. And I think at the end of the day yesterday, made it harder to catch fish. I think they're still in it. They just don't know what to do.
I believe he's telling us there, and he said it on stage yesterday, with that wind, it does actually push water, suck water out of some of these bays, and these reeds are already very shallow. He's pushing his boat to the limit, trying to get as shallow as he can get.
Consistency to it, so we just got to keep plugging, keep setting the hook, and maybe every 15th fish will be a good one.
Looks like we're getting a little rain there.
Yeah.
Also.
He did hit him with that boom goes of dynamite, though.
Got a 3/4 ounce weight on 25-pound fluoro with a Gene LaRue Hoo Daddy. And I've got a 1 ounce on 80-pound Sunline braid with a Alpha Angler mag hitter 711 clipping stick that I'm rotating in between the fluorocarbon and the braid. If it gets too thick, I use that 1 ounce weight and then I go to braid. But I can get in some pretty thick stuff with just this 25-pound Sunline fluoro.
Good stuff from John there. Unofficially 14 pounds, came in a pound 5 ounces back from Gary Atkins. It's going to be, I mean, we're in this little after 9 a.m.
Two completely different bodies of water. These guys, it's wild. Like, you think he's just standing out in the field somewhere.
It's absolutely remarkable to see the difference in areas, the difference in techniques. It's certainly out of the 2 seasons here, we're a little over the halfway point here in season 2 of the NPFL. This has been one of our most interesting events, to say the least. And it's going to be a shootout all day long. Of course, we'd like to remind all of you, these anglers, our top 10 in particular, they get to take off before everybody else, and they check in after 5 p.m. So a lot of fishing time left here at Saginaw Bay today, just a little after 9 a.m. We're going to check out our fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Bay City, Michigan.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
Pro Guide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local Pro Guide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Saginaw Bay. John Hookup Soakup. This is Michigan.
Bay City.
Bay City, Michigan. This is not Clewiston, Florida.
Fun fact about Bay City, Michigan. Home place of Madonna.
Birthplace of the Material Girl. You've
That's
been
right.
really excited about that fact.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. You know, I am, like I said yesterday, like a sturgeon, fishing for the very first time, like a sturgeon.
I'm fascinated watching this. I'm gonna be honest. Just it's fishing this way is so much fun, but man, just the fact that these bass live so far over in these reeds, really incredible.
It may look like I'm deep. I'm about 30 feet back in the thick stuff now, but I've been a lot deeper this week in this stuff.
Interesting.
I kind of like to make a trail, and then I'll go and I'll fish the left side of it, the lake side, and then I'll fish the deeper side of it as I go through, and I'll take notes of if I'm getting bit on the left or the right of that trail, so I know how deep these fish have moved into the grass. And a lot of it has to do with the height of the grass, the thickness of the grass and stuff. This is a really good grass right here, about waist high and laying over a little bit, where it provides some shade, like little canopies, but it still has some openings. That's about the perfect scenario, because I can flip in there, kind of jig in that canopy, and that fish can see it from 10 feet and decide to come to it. The really, really thick stuff, which is back there, which I believe has big fish in it, is just really hard to get to attack those fish. I think they hear you a lot. There's not as many openings. It's more difficult. We may go deep though before the day is over, in an attempt to figure out how to get a 4-pounder out of this deal. So there's the pencil reeds. I would say about 30 or 40 foot deep, wide from the main lake, and it comes into some some grass. Might be some young reeds is what that grass is, and then it turns into reeds. And the reeds right now are 100 foot thick, and then it goes into some major big cattails and stuff. This stuff that's more of the grass is what I'm focusing on. Whoop.
John really giving us the goods there, and if you're watching at home, this can be daunting, right? Like there's so much cover, and everything does look so good up here. And I think it's interesting that he decided to push further into these reeds.
It looks good depending upon who you are. To me, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is very overwhelming.
I've never done what he's doing, so I'm not going to load the boat up, come up here for fun, of course. But during a tournament, You have to have experience doing this kind of stuff.
But over 30 bites this morning, we heard him say, we saw him catch, he said, that's 30.
Yep.
Just a little earlier when we went to him. So tons of bites. And of course, obviously, that's going to help you dial it in. That's going to help your confidence. 'Cause if you go 2 hours through this stuff without a bite, it's going to change up your mentality. But he certainly got dialed in on this. Sounded like more and more yesterday. He started pushing further in. But you heard him mention there as he was breaking it down, 4 pound plus bites. Those are your favorite term, game changers on this body of water. There's a lot of 3 pounders, a lot of 2.5, 2 3/4, a lot of 3s, but those 4 pounders are what he's going to need to push him up. He thinks he's going to need 17 pounds today to have a chance. Maybe more, right? It's going to take the guy in our top 10 that catches the biggest bag today could potentially take this home, whether they're in 10th or 1st coming into today for sure. It's what it's shaping up to be because everybody's smashing them. But certainly good stuff from John there, breaking it down in these thick reeds, man. And he says he may even push thicker than this.
One difference I think about this body of water when you're talking about 4 pounders, that being the quality of fish you need, I think there's a whole lot more 4 pound smallmouth than largemouth. From what I understand.
Yeah,
about Saginaw Bay.
That's what makes Gary Atkins so dangerous today. Right. But John is certainly on his heels. Now we're going to check in with a guy that did a lot of damage yesterday on live for us. John, hook up, soak up. The Saginaw Bay bass know when we're trying to check in with another angler. They get jealous.
Little guy.
Look. See you, Bobby.
Do you think that fish hit that grass and was like, wait a second, where's the water?
When you get an area,
you chose to live here, bud.
There's big ones in there. It seems like you catch less fish, but then, you know, the fish that you do get bit will be 3 and 4 pounds. And that's what we need.
Big bad John right there.
What is going on, man?
35?
That's the same fish. He's in them, son.
And it's grass fishing, whether it's
there from pulling these 2 fish out. I'm just keep putting it in there until
between flipping reeds or fishing offshore grass. When you do, and our guys like Kevin Martin, when they hit a stretch, they get a bite, they get multiple bites. It seems like, and it's no different from John. Speaking of Kevin Martin, we're going to check in with Kevin before we get rudely interrupted by another soak-up bass here. Kevin Martin fishing a beautiful backwater. Let's check in with Kevin, 3rd place angler.
That one bite might have tricked us.
Looks like Kevin's doing a little frogging now. Some beautiful bassy looking water right there. We've talked about this a lot in 2 days, but if you come to Bay City, Michigan, you go out there on that big water. If you don't like the big water, if the wind gets up, there are plenty of bass fishing opportunities right there, close to shore. A lot of folks think the Great Lakes, man, I got to get out there and get beat up in that big water. You don't have to in Bay City, Michigan.
It offers something for every style of angler, without a doubt. You want shallow, muddy vegetation, you got it. You want to fish wood, you got it. You want offshore boulders, you got it. Ooh.
Look, that fish cut through that grass quick, too.
Good one. Big one, actually.
Ah,
yes, sir. Thank you, Lord. That's the kind we need.
When that sucker went cutting through those pads, I thought he had a little meat behind it. Maybe a big bite challenge, big bass right there.
Close to 4.
Good stuff.
Don't need to put no bobber on her.
Listen, we're calling this the Gary Atkins John Soakup show so far this morning, but neither one of them have boated a bass that size. I mean, Gary had a 4-pound smallmouth, but Kevin was actually like tied with John coming in today. He's only 1.9 off the lead.
Old frog.
I don't know that Kevin, I don't know that he weighed a fish that big yesterday.
Yeah,
I had
I'm
a
not
great
sure.
stringer.
Dude, it scared me. Like, it didn't blow up on it. It just sucked it down. And I was like, I just seen it just barely disappear. Like, I wasn't even ready for it.
That's that commode bite.
Yeah. I bet he'd take another one. Or 4.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, that's the quality, though. That's the quality soak-up we're just talking about. Ooh. Quality soak-up we're just talking about.
Non-keeper.
You know, we talked about this yesterday a little bit with Watson. We didn't see a lot of frog activity yesterday. We saw anglers throwing a frog.
Right.
We didn't see them being successful in the same backwater, but certainly getting some bites this morning. Things are changing up out there on Saginaw Bay. Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
Capitalizing on a frog bite this morning. Kevin, we're going to check back in with our second place angler, just 5 ounces off that lead. Also fishing for largemouth in a little different setup, Michigan's Buck Mallory.
Got a little canal rip-rap action.
Really a different setup than we're seeing a lot of our anglers fish for largemouth. A lot of vegetation is definitely
A little
the
morning
theme.
update for everybody here. I don't know if they've showed any retakes of what we've done, but it's been a little slow. We've got 3 in the box now. We had 2. Luke Duncan, I know you're listening to me. I'm sorry that I have not updated my weigh live app. For anybody listening, I have about 7 pounds. I'll update that when I get my 5. It's been my process this week, and I'm just going to stick with it.
We appreciate your service, Buck.
We hit a little bit of a dry spell for catching fish here, and I'm 100% I'm equating that to the fact that if you look around, it's like slick calm. And when it was blowing a little bit, we had a little ripple. I was still catching them pretty decent. They were just smaller. I'm not letting it get to me because I know how many fish are in here. And I know that I've got a really long day to do this, so I'm just going to keep plugging away and hold my breath every time I flip that jig in there, and hopefully one just comes up and grabs it because it hits him in the nose. But I'm waiting for that wind to pick up. I kind of wish that the wind was blowing out of a different direction because I look out in the lake and there's a little ripple, but not in here. Not really, anyway.
If he stays in there long enough, he's got a long day. Check-in for Buck is not until 5:30, and that wind is going to continuously shift. There's a band moving through from west to east. And so this morning, that wind started out at southwest, it was at 6 miles an hour. By lunchtime, it's going to be a west-southwest. It's going to end up being a full west wind by the time Buck checks in. So he might get what he wants if he sticks with it. And the wind's supposed to pick up a little bit too.
Getting word that the man, the myth, the legend, JMFW, James Watson Worldwide, caught up with Buck a little earlier today. Kind of break down his thoughts on what he's seeing out of the Michigan angler. James Worldwide Watson.
Good morning, everybody. Finale Friday right here, Saginaw Bay, day 3. You know what? It's not that windy out. Finally, we've got out on the big water, and guess what we're doing? We're fishing shallow just like inside the river. Largemouth, largemouth, largemouth. Buck Mallory right over my shoulder here. Buck, give me some insight what's going on up here. He said this is unbelievable how many bass are in this little zone, this little canal right here. Buck said he's made 1 lap each day through it, and caught all of his weight. He said, today I might do 2 laps. He's going to lean on them hard. It's going to be a lot of fun today. We're going to see some action because it's not blowing 1,000. I think Buck just may have lost one right there. It's going to be crazy today. Stick with us on live.
Back live to Buck, thanks to James Watson. Out on the big water this week, bouncing around.
Probably a dang dogfish, but I saw something move the lily pads when it was swimming. I thought maybe it was a bass. Probably a dogfish. There's been a lot of them up here today. A little bit more than normal.
Buck's certainly mixing it up. We've seen him with a crankbait. We've seen him with a vibrating jig, a swim jig, a flipping jig. He's trying to keep these bass in this canal honest. And he's really done working here the last 2 days, and you brought it up earlier. Can it hold up?
Yeah,
it's
man.
a small area.
You know, he's talking about catching 30, 40 a day. You know, small as this look, does that actually take an impact? Are they getting sore-mouthed? Is the word getting around?
Yeah, they're starting.
Like, man, don't watch out for Buck
They're
Mallory.
definitely, by day 3 here, Finale Friday, these bass in Saginaw Bay know the NPFL.
Yes, sir.
6 days in a row
Yeah.
of a constant thrashing. They know we're here. From Buck, we're going to check in with our tournament leader, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins. It's been putting on a show this morning so far.
Had that yet today.
Those Saginaw smallmouth.
Not with a bass. I don't think the bass are done yet.
You know, I could be way wrong, but you look around him and it's just like he's fishing a different body of water.
I'm telling you, man.
He's all by himself. You don't see a lot of boats running around. It was like that yesterday for him. Seems to have this little shoal all to himself. Familiar sight, hooked up.
Here's a bass. Good one, too. Settle down.
Is he talking to himself or the bass?
For sure. Now that you got your dance out, come on. Come on.
Gary Atkins, no stranger to kneeling and netting these smallmouth up here in the Great Lakes. Been doing it for quite some time.
They're getting skinny though. What's going on here? That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, the boys are in trouble if Gary keeps doing this.
It is very early on Finale Friday, but Gary Atkins is making a statement.
I don't know why they're so skinny. I know coming off the spawn. But another nice smallmouth. Ooh, he's got a chunk of line hanging out of him. I'm gonna help him out here and cut that off.
He's on the Atkins guy.
He must be. That's a good one. Let's see if he helps.
To be honest, if that one doesn't help,
it's blue,
he's
right?
got a lot more than we realize.
And looking at the Weigh Live tracker right now, he is leading by about 1.5 pounds, the way he has entered his weights.
What is this one? Black. It helps.
Little upgrade for Gary. Those smallmouth never stop fighting.
Definitely helps.
Feisty little fellas.
We'll check them with blue real quick. So, what's going on here? Okay, he stays. Hey, blue. That was another
Gary,
one.
once again, sorting that live well out, and that's very important because ounces definitely are going to make the difference coming down the stretch. Everybody's catching fish today, and that could be the difference in first or second today for sure for Mr. Atkins. And while he's doing that, we're going to check in with our day one leader. Started the day in 5th place today, Indiana's Tim Wilson.
Yeah.
Familiar sight on Tim the Carpet Man. Still working them reeds.
Hey Tim.
Yes, sir.
Give me an update. Tell me what's going on.
I tell you what, the gangbusters is over. It just got, I think it was a morning bite. I got here and it was, you could almost call your shot. And on getting bites, not no good ones, but in the last half an hour, I've had a couple bites, but they're not getting it good. And I think they're getting deeper into the reeds now. The wind never picked up at all, and I think these reeds take some wind. So, I'm gonna make. See, that's the kind of stuff I'm catching, and that ain't gonna do me any good. No way, no. No way, no.
He's working that Cinco. Went from a
that means they're still biting, I guess. Just got to get me a keeper. Got to get me a keeper. I'm getting a little low on my Cincos, but be a swim jig bite later on anyways. Oh, hopefully. I've had to throw back a couple. I had one hooked in the tongue. I was kind of afraid it was going to die, but it swam off. And then I had another one that I hooked in the throat, and it kept bleeding, and I put it in live well and checked on it. I don't think it was going to live, so I went ahead and let it go, because both of them weighed 1 3/4 pounds, and with the pound penalty, and you can't get rid of it once it's dead. I went ahead and made the call to throw it back because I only had 3/4 of a pound. So, I don't know.
Fish care of the utmost importance here to our anglers, and if that fish is struggling,
don't like to kill fish. Hate it. And I know we got rules, and I don't mind the rules, especially if everybody plays by them the same way. But once you have a dead fish, you have to keep it. So I was trying to make sure that I let it go, and I verified it through my cameraman that my fish was not dead.
Here in the NPFL, we do have a very strict fish care penalty. It's 1 pound penalty. It's a very, a lot of our guys think it is stiff, and it is. But we care about these fisheries. You want to make sure that this fishery is as healthy. You know, we leave it like we found it. And so the fish care penalties are certainly severe here in the league, but a pound penalty, and you can't cull a dead fish. And that goes along with state regulations a lot of times, most of these bodies of water, and we try to leave things better than we found
That's
it
right.
here in the
Always.
league. And a lot of unique things about the NPFL, and certainly something that's unique is a gift that we present each city that we go to. And our anglers actually get unique trophies at times. And B, you're going to tell us a little bit about that. We caught up with
John King,
Drunk Wood. An
yeah.
absolute. He's a craftsman. I personally have a gift from John. He presented me with a butterfly that I hang there in my podcast studio. Very cool gift. But we're going to see a piece now from John and the work that he does for the league. Very interesting situation.
Actually, a cool cat, man. He it's funny, you'll see how he was brought into the fishing world a little bit by one of our mutual buddies, old Brian Stockel, Brian the Carpenter from the Hike Live show, discovered John King, and you're going to see a little insight on what John's all about.
If I had like $1,000 to $2,000 day in just one sale day on like Etsy or something else, those were the days where I'm like, hey, maybe I can actually do this. John King, we're in Louisville, Kentucky. I own a business called Drunkwood, which focuses mainly on bourbon barrel, reclaimed wood, home decor, barware. Majority of my focus is in the bourbon area, but I kind of have a small little niche that I've gotten into with professional fishing as well. I started this as a part-time thing in 2012 while I was working at the university as a counselor and a teacher. So in 2016, I was doing this part-time. I was a counselor teacher. I was also running our Kentucky Guild of Brewers, so working in the legislature to grow the Kentucky beer scene. And so I was kind of doing all three. With the house where my shop's at, we closed on it, and that same day I went and put my 2 weeks notice in and just said, let's roll the dice. And there were a couple months where it was dicey, and then everything kind of just kept building up, and it's become quite it's typically July to December, 70-hour weeks. I got connected with Brian the Carpenter from Hike Live, and once I got connected with him, everything kind of took off. And that's where Paul Benson found me at, and immediately called me up and said, hey, I've seen your woodworking. Let's talk about, we have this new fishing league coming up. Let's talk about what you can do about it. So that's kind of how Paul and I got connected, was just through randomly he listened to a podcast that I was being funny on, and ever since then we've been working together. For each host city, I will create a unique piece. Usually it's an outline of the state with the name of the city on it, and then find something unique, whether it be an outline of the lake, or like, for example, what we're doing with Saginaw Bay. You couldn't really do an outline of the lake because it is the state itself, so then we put a big warship on it. So basically I kind of create the piece for each host city. The pieces I love the most are when clients are like, just giving me a couple ideas and kind of give me total freedom of like, here's what I'm thinking. The enjoyment doesn't come until after they receive it, and then they contact me. They're like, hey, this exceeded my expectations. So that's kind of where the enjoyment, the process and the working, yes, all of my work is 100% online. You can look on my Facebook, my Instagram, and my Etsy page. Just type in Drunkwood, INKY, so it looks like Drunkwood Inky. That's where you're gonna find all my work. I ship, people do local pickup here in Louisville, Kentucky as well, but I ship all across the United States and international. Just got an order from Germany yesterday, which is gonna be fun.
Great stuff from John. We appreciate all his work and effort that goes into that. He's a talented individual, to say the least, and again, I'd like to thank him because he sent me, and he's right. It got me thinking there. Back on a couple years ago, he sends me, my mom had passed away. Butterflies were a very big deal, and John listened to my podcast. He heard me talk about it, and he reached out to me on social media, and he sent me this beautiful piece that I've got hanging in my shop now that had over 20 different types of wood in it. This thing handcrafted, it's awesome, and I look at it every day. So thanks to John for all he's done for the league and for supporting the league. He's a bass head, man. He's a fishing fanatic, keeps up with the sport, and we appreciate him helping us here at the league.
Definitely a cool cat, man. Definitely a cool cat, and like you said, appreciate him contributing to the NPFL, and just, it's awesome doing what he does.
Now back out to Kevin Martin, still trying to work that frog to keep himself into contention here. Finale Friday.
On that buzz bait. That oversized cam.
Buzz bait, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Kevin boated over 50 fish yesterday. Great day for Kevin.
According to that Way Live
It's been a great morning so far.
Yeah, I mean, that Way Live tracker brought to us by Beatdown Mounts got him sitting in 8th right now.
Yeah, you've got to be pressing on the gas today to stay up there in the top 10 because so many of our anglers deep into the field already have limits. So much catching going on this morning. We're going to catch up real quick with our sponsors that make this all possible here. The National Professional Fishing League. We appreciate all of you tuning in on this Finale Friday, and we'll see you on the other side of this commercial block for more Bay City smallmouth and largemouth action.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Saginaw Bay, and I'll look at 3rd place angler, Kevin Martin. Kevin's done a lot of his damage in this one bay. Over the first 2 days, all of his damage, I would say. Utilizing a buzz bait, kind of a unique buzz bait with a bucktail instead of a traditional skirt or a
Big
plastic.
Daddy Lures, man. One of our guys, Brian Hatfield.
Can't get much shallower than that, Phil. We're hitting bottom. No, you're fine.
Kevin's having a great year, 27th in that Progressive Angler of the Year race coming into this event. We've seen him, if you're just joining us, caught a great fish on a frog earlier. Working a buzz bait. We've seen him with a chatterbait out some over this open grass and pitching some of the clumps. Yesterday with the wind, it made it difficult for these guys in this backwater area to see those clumps of grass. But this has been a popular destination for a lot of our anglers in the top 20.
It really has, man. I was not expecting this either. Like, it was crazy to see.
We heard Sam Whitmire, who started yesterday in 5th, say, I don't think you could fit another bass in here. There's that many bass. He said, man, you could not add another one to this backwater.
And Sam, being a Florida boy, like I say, seemed right at home. They're catching them all, man. They're getting a taste of the largemouth, the pike, the bowfin, grinnell, mudfish, whatever you want to call it.
Well, we have actually moved from our primary area, and we're back here. The water in here looks to me like it's came up 8 or 10 inches overnight, and yesterday, I'm sure it was due to the wind, the change in direction in the wind. It'll push the water in these shallow areas, and I'm actually back here frogging now. I caught about a 4-pounder earlier on a frog, but we still don't have our limit. We're still in search of trying to find them and see where they're at, and if we can get a pattern going. It's a day-by-day thing. I mean, I've just been fortunate that they've actually all been sitting in one area for the past 2 days, but usually you don't get that lucky and actually make them, last for 3 full days. So I know they're still in this general area. It's just a matter of actually relocating them.
Kevin did most of his work offshore in this bay.
A Scum Frog brand frog. I actually really like these frogs. The hooks come factory already set up. You don't have to bend them out or nothing. It's ready to go.
See, the real frog fishing.
We are literally as shallow as you can possibly get a boat.
The real frog fishermen are going to know what Kevin's talking about.
But I just feel like with the water coming up, maybe they might have pushed back a little further than they were. And hopefully we run across them sometime today. We got a really long day, so no worry. We actually have one of the right ones we want to weigh in, so we just need to get 4 more of them.
You're just expecting it at any moment.
Oh yeah, kadoosh!
I've been concentrating on these little chutes and drains that come into the actual bay. It seems to be better. Like if there's even a slightest bit of a drain in it, just a tad deeper water, that's where they seem to be wanting to hang out.
If you're at home on this finale Friday and you're a frog fisherman, you're probably foaming at the mouth right now.
Oh my goodness.
A little bit.
That's what I'm saying, man. The real frog fishermen know what Kevin's talking about when he's talking about those hooks coming out. Are you You tweak your frogs?
Yeah, most frogs, you want to bend those hooks out just a little bit to get a better hookup. Frog fishing is always high risk, high reward.
I like to put about 7 or 8 treble hooks on mine. Throw it in them pads and grass.
Make it as weedless as possible.
Yeah, man.
I know everybody watching would love to see one of them big 4 or 5 pounders just engulf that frog.
Oh,
So would
yes,
I.
sir. Why don't you show us real quick, Kevin? See old Big Belly Kelly come up out from one of them pads and swallow that bad boy.
If you've ever been down south in Florida with the coots, all the birds in the background,
We're actually
this is,
fishing
you can just
pads.
replace that this is
I've been
Michigan with the
fishing
fact that it's
just,
Florida. It's so wild.
Just grass. It's like I call it star grass. It's actually not coontail or hydrilla, but that seems to be where the fish have really been concentrated at. I've actually even caught them out like on the main river in the same sort of grass. But this particular bay we're in, I actually found it the last day of practice. I came in here. Oh, there was one back going. I actually came in here and I don't think that was a big one, but it was a bite.
See, in my mind, it would have been 10 pounds.
And
I would have thrown the rod.
Looking around, and I noticed right away that the water was really a lot clearer, like fertile looking than everything else I'd looked at. And I caught like pike and grinnell and actually even walleye and just everything. And a few bass in here in practice, not many, but I just knew that the bait was in here when you have all those different types of fish in an area. And I actually started the first day not even in here. I started on the main river and I run a couple places and didn't do any good. So I ended up coming back in here and really didn't have a starting area in here. I just was kind of fishing around in practice. So I actually was starting to fish where I had a few marks where I'd got some bites, and ended up working my way to that one stretch, which it's like 100-yard stretch, and getting to it, and actually caught like 16 pounds off of that one stretch. So then second day, yesterday morning, I came straight to that stretch and caught all my weight pretty quick yesterday. And we came right to it this morning, but we got I think three off from it, but not the right size for sure. And with the water coming up, I think they just pulled off from it, and a lot of fishing pressure too.
Good stuff from Kevin, breaking down this backwater that has been so popular for so many of our anglers, and for good reason. Lots of bass, and lots of bass all over Saginaw Bay as we're seeing this morning, and we're entering this 10 o'clock hour here on the bay, and we're going to take a look back at some of the morning's fast and furious action as soon as we get interrupted by a big one on a frog.
Come out of there.
Or a big blow up anyways, maybe not.
Attaboy.
Fish.
Not a good one, but
it's all right.
We got 5 now.
There you go.
Live action on the bay.
There you go.
This morning.
2-pounder.
Now, he had given us the entire dissertation on this area with no bites. We go to throw to these awesome highlights, and then boom.
How about you spell dissertation?
Can't do it.
Okay.
Won't do it. All right, quickly, we're going to go to these highlights before Kevin makes another cast, and we are rudely interrupted by yet another Saginaw Bay blow up. Take a look back at some of the morning's activities, and there have been plenty of hook sets going out there on the bay. I can't even talk.
It's been a battle on the bay.
Awesome, no doubt about it. There's John Hook Up, Soak Up, living up to that nickname today.
The jungle, man.
Lots of hookups today.
Louder the better for them.
Kevin Martin, who we've been there in that backwater bay with for the last little bit. Top water action has been the name of the game this morning so far. Big Bad John with the flipping stick.
We just need to have Guns N' Roses playing in the background every time we go to him. Down to the jungle. Oh, that's better. He's been jamming steel all morning, like a lot of our guys. Man.
So far, that 4-pound plus bite has eluded him, and he knows he needs it.
He said it's in the back, closer to the shore. He said he might work his way up there if that water level lets him.
Quality fish, though, for John so far this morning. Just haven't got the big kicker yet.
There's that good one.
Kevin Martin.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
One of those important kickers on a frog this morning. Buck Mallory.
Working that canal.
Slower morning quality-wise for Buck. And then
good for him, though. Oh, then there's no...
Man.
Gary.
Mr. Gary Atkins, our leader coming into today. And our day one leader, Tim Wilson. A little bit slower day quality-wise as well. Getting a lot of bites, which is the theme, but...
Speaking of a lot of bites.
And a lot of the right ones.
No doubt.
So far today. Win, lose, or draw, Gary's going to sleep really good tonight.
What do you think out of the 5 cameras that five guys we're looking at? Like, he's the only one really primarily doing the smallmouth.
Out of our top 10,
Bay.
he's the
top
only
10, yeah.
Out of our 10 anglers today that have the best chance at winning. We thought this would be dominated by smallmouth. And it's certainly been anything but that. Buck Mallory.
Lack of wind is probably equating into his lack of quality fish today, he says.
Gary is all alone out there.
He's not all alone.
Bringing in
He's around him. He's around them smallmouth, boy.
Great morning.
He's running with that wolf pack.
For the Wisconsin Pro. We're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Way Live leaderboard here, brought to you by Beatdown Mountain. Gary Atkins, like we said, sitting on top, but Randy Kukral making a big jump up to second place. John Hook Up, Soak Up there in third with 47.12. Taylor Umlin,
young gun,
started this event way up there, and he's fishing that same backwater as Kevin Martin as well. He's a little bit further in the back, we're hearing this morning, and doing work again. Very talented young angler from Illinois, and he is certainly on fire this week here at Saginaw Bay. John Cox moving from 10th to start the day up to 5th unofficially here in this 10 o'clock hour. Logan Millsaps, another one of our top 10 AOY contenders this week, right there in 6th place. Started the morning, I believe, in 24th place. Timmy Reams, the AOY leader, trying to chase down that progressive golden shield, making a case.
He really is, man.
Unofficially said he had 14 pounds within the first hour this morning. Really got off to a good start. You know, that calms your nerves down. And he knocks another top 10 out of the park here, man. It's going to get very interesting going into those final 2 events. But Timmy Reams doing work. Kevin Martin, who we've been spending a lot of time with this morning, slowly upgrading. And I'm not sure if this reflects that last catch we saw with him right before we went to highlights. So he could have a couple pounds more. He could certainly be up the leaderboard there. Pug's dad, what we like to refer to James. James has been giving him a hard time. They've both had some top 10s this year, but James Papa Clements. He is certainly putting it on Pug this week.
Absolutely.
Right there in our top 10 and rounding out the top 10. No stranger to this type of fishing, and definitely no stranger to winning shields. Keith Carson had a 19-pound bag yesterday, so we could see fireworks from Keith still. It's an interesting finale Friday. This is what we predicted coming in today too. You know, yesterday was our first day of coverage. The guys got out there on day one and they didn't have a lot of wind and they smashed them. We had an almost 22-pound bag from Tim Wilson. Lots of great stringers. But then yesterday, you and I were fired up. We got in here and we're like, man, it's going to be hook set, hook set, hook set. We're not even going to be able to talk. We're not going to be able to do any transitions because the bass are going to be interrupting us like they have this morning. But it wasn't the case yesterday. The weather was terrible. The wind was just ripping. And it was slow for us here on live and for most of our anglers.
Yeah, it was definitely slow for us. Like, man, coming to this event, we just talked about it was going to be a smallmouth event. Those largemouth would play a little bit of a role, but not as significant as what it has been. It's been crazy. And now even with day 3 finale Friday, I was also thinking, man, the smallmouth will really turn on. And for Gary, Gary's figured it out. But like you said, most of our top 10 are all green fish from yesterday. They located them, they figured it out, and it's still working out for some of them this morning. We're watching John Sokup, and they're just doing work, catching fish after fish. He's around the quantity, the quality not there yet, but he's in the neighborhood. And,
where he needs to be, yes. Got the foundation laid. We say that a lot. That good, solid quality limit early. And a lot of our guys do in the top 10, and I really believe it was so tight from first all the way to 10th. It's going to come down to a couple of those bigger than average bites. And the guy in our top 10 that brings in that biggest stringer, man, I think he's going to be the champ. It's super tight. They're all blasting them this morning. Very interesting.
Do you think Gary's going to pull it off? Let's do some real talk right now, Luke. Let's go ahead and open it up.
I think if Gary continues at the pace he's on, he's the most dangerous guy in our field, without a doubt, and he's by himself. And I think that with the smallmouth, from what this place is known for, that chance of a 5-pound bite is better for Gary than it is for. Now, we've seen 5-pound largemouth this week. Don't get me wrong.
But this also, we talked about it, Saginaw Bay not known for its 5- and 6-pound largemouth, known for its 5, 6, 7-pound smallmouth.
But the biggest thing, you got Kevin Martin in the same area as Taylor Umland, where Sam Whitmire's been. So many. These areas are pounded. Buck Mallory's area is pounded. Could he win out of there? Absolutely. The quality is there. Gary's just out here in no man's land by himself, man. And I think that the school's starting to show back up. We're going to get back out there to Gary Atkins right now and check in with the smallmouth king this week, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins. And just more of the same, you know, working the shoal.
Yep.
But I love the consistency with just the one rod. He's not gonna.
We had a really good morning. Things have slowed up a little bit now. When we first got here, once I located the school, I was able to put, I'll bet you close to 20 in the boat in a short, maybe in an hour. Was able to call up to a pretty decent bag, but still don't have enough to win this thing yet. So we're gonna keep grinding this area out, and hopefully I can put 1 or 2 more of the bigger fish in and give myself a chance to maybe take home that trophy. We're just gonna keep picking away at it. I got a couple more spots down the shoal I wanna try yet. We'll hit them and then maybe give this spot a little bit of a rest and come back and hit it again before we leave. But yeah, I'm off to a solid start today and I'm pretty happy where I'm at right now. For only being 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm pretty pleased.
The wind's whipping pretty good out here and not what we thought it would be, huh?
Yes, the wind is definitely picking up. When we got here, the conditions were perfect. It was a slight chop on the water. It's real easy to fish. Made it easy putting fish in the boat. A lot more current right now, so hopefully it'll settle down a little bit and these fish will start positioning themselves again, and I can put a couple more in.
And we mentioned that yesterday. The conditions change constantly on the Great Lakes.
Sure.
The wind, with wind direction, with current, there's so much more current than you realize just naturally generated out here in these lakes, and it does position the fish differently. When it picks up and starts blowing, where he caught them this morning on this same shoal, they will reposition a lot to where they're opportunistic feeders, right?
Absolutely.
So they're gonna get where they can get
ambush.
Yeah. So they're gonna reload, reset, and I think Gary he's gonna be just fine. And to me, as long as the wind is not completely blowing you out of the boat, blowing the trolling motor out, and you get that a lot on the Great Lakes. I think the wind is your friend a lot of times with these smallmouth. It disrupts things.
Sure.
Now, it wasn't yesterday.
No, it
We did
wasn't.
not
And
see
Gary
that.
thought it was going to be. When I talked to him after day one, he did so well in day one. We talked about what he was going to do day two. He was more excited about day two with that. They were calling for almost 20-mile-per-hour winds yesterday, and he was wanting that. He wasn't worried about the rough water. He wanted that wind to generate that current around those boulders, thinking it was going to position them, but they weren't there as well as what he thought they were going to be. And that's what this wind picking up today, you would think, we've talked about it, that wind, that more nastier stuff, the smallmouth normally engage better, but he capitalized early in the morning. It's just interesting, man. When you think you have it figured out, you zig, they zag. But for Gary's dialed in.
That being said, it worked out pretty good for him on day two. Didn't work out as good as he
Correct.
maybe, but
Good enough.
You can't get a lot higher than first place, right? Little 5-ounce lead going into today, and Gary is certainly building his case early on Finale Friday for that hardware at the end of the day and that $50,000 check. But a lot of our anglers have a lot to say about that, including John Hookup Soakup, and I believe we're going to get a little boat-to-boat action and a good look at this area that John Hookup Soakup is in right now. A little boat-to-boat with Big Bad John. So look at that minefield of reeds that John is in. John's already a big boy, but he's getting up on the gunnel of that boat to get a little higher.
He's a hoss. Like you say, you get about...
Some of our vertically challenged anglers might not be able to fish this way very well.
He definitely has an advantage.
But that is certainly the last visual I thought we would see. Now, I knew largemouth would play to a degree, right? I didn't, everything, talking to some locals coming in, doing our research like we always do. Can't win with largemouth this time of year. It's going to be all smallmouth. But even with a largemouth playing a role, I didn't think we would see this. This is just so awesome to watch.
It is, man. Like we saw him earlier, just flip in, don't caught one. Flip back over, don't caught one.
And really a testament to how cool our sport is.
Sure.
You can pick your poison, especially when you come to fisheries like this that are so unique and so just healthy.
Diverse, very healthy.
Bass really everywhere. Like right there. Got that one out of his front yard.
40 what?
Over 40 bass.
43.
43. We're going to go back into the progressive AOI talk about versatility. We're on this northern swing, and in order to win that progressive AOI, you are going to have to be well-rounded and versatile. And we always think, John Soakup, you're thinking forward-facing sonar, electronics. Nah. But if it was that case, he's the man.
He can really do it all, and he's just continues to improve his game as he travels throughout the country. He's fishing the Bassmaster Opens this year, as well as leading the Angler of the Year over there, and that 12th here with us. I mean, he is absolutely on a roll. And a unique thing about John, and we talk about this daily, is he is a co-owner in a company called the Bass Tank, which specializes in that forward-facing sonar. And we're going to get the word from the man himself, John Hookup Soakup, on what makes the Bass Tank tick right now. A little Hookup Soakup on the Bass Tank.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Back live. John Hookup Sokup. What's that old saying? Lost as a ball in tall weeds.
You could have just made that up.
He's not lost.
Oh no, he's not.
Tall weeds. If you're just joining us, he is standing on a bass boat.
In water, believe it or not.
He doesn't have waders on. He's not walking around out there.
Yeah, such an incredible visual right now. Saginaw Bay, Bay City, Michigan, not Florida. He was saying earlier he's got a couple of different setups on the boat for what he's doing. He's going 3/4 ounce to 1 ounce. When he gets a little bit heavier, he gets around the thicker stuff. He's been focusing here lately on that backside of that main lake reed edge.
It's always interesting to see the different techniques every angler chooses, you know, to different angle almost on these certain areas. And John's up in the reeds, but somebody that we've seen on the outside of the reeds a lot in the last 2 days. Indiana's Tim Wilson. We're going to check back in with Tim. He was our day one leader, almost 22-pound mixed bag. A lot slower day for him yesterday, but still in contention. Tim's on the outside edge of those reeds. And you can see in the background, very similar to what John's fishing, just 100 yards or so past Tim. But he sticks to that outside edge. But the thought process is what I'm getting at. It's always, we're fortunate we get the Wizard of Oz view, I call it here. You know, we get to see it. It makes it easy to armchair quarterback it. But you can tell it's, and Tim said earlier, well, I don't know, maybe they've pushed further in the reeds, but he's not pushing further in the reeds, right? John immediately did that yesterday. Whatever clued him in, he recognized that situation, and Tim's out on the edge and not catching the quality that John is.
And according to John, he hasn't pushed in. He wants to push in further. He said he thinks the big ones are further in that stuff.
Tim working that swim jig again. Gave him that big bite challenge, big bass on day one. Largemouth kicker over 5 pounds.
Been bouncing between the swim jig and Cinco this morning. We saw him catch a couple on the Cinco earlier. It's not around that quality.
Whoop. Hooked up.
Attaboy. I don't think he'll go either.
Tim was just a little shy of 2 pounds off the lead, but I'll always look at things like this, and yesterday was a bad weather day, but he caught 4 of his 5 fish out on the Charity Islands the first day, 4 smallmouth for right around 17 pounds. Right. Stayed out there, had that by 10 o'clock, stayed till 1 p.m., never had another bite. Comes in shallow, gets a 5-pound kicker to help him take the lead. Trending the wrong way though. Yesterday, 11 pounds, dropped way off.
And he kind of
still in the top 5.
Gave us insight to his mindset too yesterday and this morning on his way out. He was talking about he's aware that he's not a closer. He's not used to being in the position leading day 1. But he was also aware of being out there at Charity Islands, saying that the fish that he was on, he felt left.
And he said he might go back out there today.
He's talking about it.
Get a solid 5.
The weather's different than what it was yesterday. He wasn't going to fool with it yesterday for sure, like a lot of the guys.
But with a long day, if he could get a solid limit in the box.
A long day, right? We're talking about, they cut loose this morning at 6 in the top 10, launched at 6, don't have to return till their check-in time at 5:30.
Of course, that's when all things will be decided at that drive-through weigh-in, but the drive-through weigh-in kicks off at 3:30 p.m. and there are 2 tournaments going on. We always say that on Finale Friday with our entire field out there jockeying for position. 37 folks going to take home big paydays today. $8,000 check down there at 37th place, and they increase as you move up the standings. So you want to get as high as you can today for sure. Of course, our top 10 gunning for that $50,000 first place prize and that beautiful NPFL shield.
It is a beautiful shield. Very beautiful.
I can't believe you haven't Shooter McGavined it yet.
Give me a second.
Give me a second. Put it on the mantle there.
I might. Listen, I might get a little crazy.
Every now and then.
But speaking of someone that knows how beautiful that shield is, old Buck Mallory. We're going to slide over and check on him and see what he's got going on.
Trying to go 2-time champ on this Buck Mallory.
And was very productive for me yesterday. So I'm not going to let that bother me. I'm just going to go to work.
Do what you do, buddy.
Buck recently married and expecting baby number 1.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Travels with his dog Cricket. You gotta think Cricket is very spoiled, it seems like to me, looking from a distance. Cricket might be getting a little jealous soon when baby Mallory shows up.
That was a bluegill. Bluegills are up here bedding, I'm telling you. That was a bluegill on this thing. He had it by the tail. Telling you, we get around them bluegill beds, I'll still catch bass even with a dead calm. Those just happen. I think the bass came in here and spawned. I really think that this is just a little gem that they live in all year long. This place gets full of them all year long. Because I caught them here early in May, and they haven't left, and it's July 1st today, so there's one. Please stay hooked.
Mallory hooked up.
That's a good one.
Ooh.
That's a good one. Please stay hooked. Where are you going?
Dang on acrobatics, son.
Oh my God. Get out from underneath there. Get over it. Come on, come on. I know you're strong. I'm stronger.
Tell him, buddy.
Come on, come on, come on. Come, I know, come here, I know. Come here, come here. There you are. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting there.
Attaboy.
Thank you, God. I needed that little bit of redemption right there. I was looking to see if it was the same fish, because it was literally the same cast as I had the one with the swim jig. That was out off the bank. Solidifying they're on bluegill beds. Bluegills don't always bed right on the bank. I'm telling you, these bass are in here on bluegill beds. And if I can figure out exactly where them bluegill beds are at, we are gonna kill it. It don't matter what we catch them on.
I love the confidence.
Step in the right direction, 308, 308.
Nice fish. That's,
yeah, man.
That's the kind.
Number 4.
Well, like I say, someone familiar with closing.
Thank you, God.
Knowing how to carry that momentum and knowing how to shift.
Also, last minute closing, because we went off live last year at Winnebago, and in all honesty, it counted Buck out. He was having a decent day, but not a great day. And the second we went off live, he went on a tear, culled almost everything he had, shows up.
He did, but he was full of confidence, and I'm seeing that same confidence this week.
Without a doubt.
As soon as it hit bottom, it was like I picked up and it was just dead weight. I was like, don't pull away from him. Don't pull it away from him. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, set the hook. How's that not look?
Actually, we were on site for that event at Winnebago last year.
That sucker came out like a smallmouth, dude. Did you see that? Did you get that jump on camera? Yes. That'll make the highlight reel.
Listen.
It's fired up.
It will, too. That was good stuff.
I love having a cameraman in the boat. One is somebody to keep myself talking to. And I don't feel crazy, because I feel crazy when I talk to myself too much. And 2, getting shots like that on camera is awesome. That was fun. It's terrifying with a light rod with a good sized largemouth like that, though, because they are so strong when they get to the boat and they know it. They're like, and with light line, what am I gonna do? You know what I mean? It ain't like I can sit here and be like, I'm just gonna flip him in the boat.
No. You could use a net this tournament.
That's one thing I do like about a chatterbait, swim jig usually.
One of the anglers that chose not to use it.
Flipping a jig, when they get it, they get it. There ain't nothing about it. The Cinco stuff scares me. He threw my weight away. What a rotten jerk. I might run out of these weights today. I got some heavier ones in the boat too, but see if we can do it again.
Yeah, go back to back.
Off the bank just a little bit. Thank you, God.
You know, it's been a slow morning for Buck. He's been catching fish that's not that quality. He had a lot of confidence in this hole, so that fish right there, getting right back into it. And he was also saying the further back he went, the better the quality got, and he's creeping on back there, so he might just continue upgrading.
Been very methodical so far for Mallory. Inches his way down the bank and gives him a fresh look constantly. Doing work with the wacky worm right there. And for Mallory, who started the day in second place, just 5 ounces off that lead, trying to chase down the Wisconsin pro, Gary Atkins. We'll get back out on the big water with Gary.
Off. I knew he was going to.
Again, we're almost interrupted by Saginaw bass.
It's a lot of action, man. Have mercy. Bay City, Michigan's got a gem. Saginaw Bay.
So we got Gary, our lone smallmouth angler in the top 10 right now, but an angler that started the day way down in the standings, Timmy Kales. Getting a report, just hearing from the crew out on the water, chasing down all of our anglers right now. Tim unofficially over 22 pounds today, all smallmouth. So there we go. There's that that smallmouth stringer we talked about. Could it happen? That if it holds true that is what Tim has, and Tim is a veteran tournament angler, that will be potentially the biggest bag of the week, and all smallies. So that's what this area is capable of, man. That's what I've been saying though. I don't know that it's shouldn't say I don't know that it's not capable of kicking out a 22-pound bag of largemouth. We just haven't seen it this week. 19's really the biggest bag of largemouth, all largemouth we've seen. Keith Carson yesterday. Earlier this spring, there was a Bassmaster College event up here. We did see some 20-plus pound bags of largemouth. They are there, but man, that potential for that 20 to 22-pound smallmouth bag is certainly swimming around on a lot of these offshore rock piles. Gary Atkins, the only man in the top 10, chasing down those brown bass. While we were away, getting word that Gary had a little bit of heartache, a little bit of heartburn happened to him. We're going to take a look at that right now. Gary Atkins trying to win his first ever NPFL Shield.
I didn't get a chance to look at this fish. It's a smallie. I don't know how big it is. Oh, that's not a bad one. I don't know if it's going to help, but hey,
Look, a nice fish. Again, if that one's not helping, he's got more weight than I feel like we do, that we have him at. I mean,
right.
You know, he's strong morning so far for Gary.
He seems the type to play it conservative.
it's not small.
This time of the year, it's hard to judge these smallies too, depending on the length, right? Some of them are a little heavier because they have fed up. They spawned a little earlier. Some of them they may be really long, but they're rail thin. We've seen Gary catch some skinny fish. He commented on that earlier. You certainly never know until you get on the boat. Oh no.
Broke me off.
Well, that was rude.
Yeah, and that was a big one too. That was going to help quite a bit.
I don't know if that wasn't his best fish of the day.
I got to regroup. Got to keep my head straight. That was a solid 3.5.
That's hard on a man right there. And that's one thing you have to worry about fishing this style, right, Luke? Line care, boulders. He said he's fishing around that shoal, fishing around boulders and rock. And
back live with Gary. Yeah, you just constantly, and sometimes you get to catching so many in a row, you don't pay attention, you get excited, you're not paying attention to your line as much. And I'm not saying that was the case with Gary at all. Those smallmouth too, they have really, really rough teeth. And with that little flatworm, I've noticed this a lot over the years, drop shotting any bait, the hook small, the bait small, they inhale that thing, and their teeth, when they clamp down and you set the hook, they're holding onto your line.
They'll chafe that line.
They can definitely chafe the line, way more than largemouth do most of the time. And man, it can, when they get to surging right there at the boat, it can certainly break, because he's using light line out there. And
but a veteran catching smallmouth in the Great Lakes. So if anyone knows about that type of things, you would think.
And he did absolutely
one of those freak,
nothing wrong in
one of those freak deals, man. It happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do everything right and just.
But when you get those big jumps, if that
way.
fish has got that bait fairly deep, and you get those jumps and they land, that impact is jarring that line when they make those surges once they get to the boat. And it happens a lot more than you realize with smallmouth. And if you've got the smallest little nick, maybe he bit it over a rock. I mean, there's so many factors that come in.
And just the pure power, right? The pure power.
They're so mean. Tie them tail to tail with a largemouth, they'll drown a largemouth all day long. A two-pound smallie will drag around a 5-pound largemouth all day long. Those largemouth are like me, they're fat and lazy.
I can relate.
But they're built, they're just built for this environment, man. Their tails are wide. They're swimmers. That's what they do. It's why they're such ghosts at times as well. They just constantly, they're pelagic. They roam around following bait, kind of wherever the wind blows. They just, we're going to go over here today. But for Gary in this situation, I think adversity is going to happen, right. and you know, hey, the quality's here. Right. I've already had
having that talk with yourself.
Absolutely. You're having fireworks this morning?
They might have. They just, what? No. But it's so shallow, it's real hard to see them as it is. And these fish swim around, and they easily could, school of them could pull up at any minute, you know. So,
Gary mentioned that several times yesterday.
Just be patient and be here when they do.
Something Trent Palmer.
And I know I didn't catch them all. I'm sure they're still here. You know, I probably caught them during their major feeder period, and either I'm about to bump them in their face or get them to get a reaction strike out of them, or just wait until they start feeding again. A lot of their buddies got hurt today. So word is out. Yeah. Smallies were definitely on the Atkins diet this morning.
Listen,
oh, come on.
listen.
I love that.
Gary with the juice.
Gary, I hope you don't have that copyrighted, because I'm stealing that for the rest of the day.
I have a lot of faith. The current and the wind's coming from the right direction. I got a lot of faith that more will move up at some point today.
Certainly committed to this area.
The first day when I found them, I was catching them in the afternoon, so.
Gary's talking about those schools they do. They move in, they move out. Trent Palmer, one of our anglers in the top 5 after day 1, told me that the same. He said, man, all of a sudden they just show up on my 360. They show up on live scope. You start seeing them. They pull in, they do their thing, and then they're gone just as fast as they show up. He said, you sit there spot locked, and then an hour later, maybe some filter back in. He said it's a waiting game a lot of times, and Gary mentioned that yesterday on live. He's just, it's a shallow shoal, so he can't see them that great on electronics, but he does know when they start to get in the area. He can start seeing bait show up. He starts to see a few fish on his graph start to move in on this shoal. And they move around so much.
So it's kind of a situation where you try to position yourself in an area you know that they frequent.
That's right.
Like Gary's talking about, he's done.
You know, the same thing happened the first day. About this time, they stopped feeding.
Getting a little bumpier on him.
Getting a little bumpy out there, like we said earlier.
Whooping on him that day too. So.
Gary's talking about day 1, just shy of 20 pounds the first day.
Bait's coming through a lot faster now. Kind of like yesterday, unfortunately. And we all know how that ended. I feel good where I'm at right now. I just need 1 or 2 more quality bites here, and it'll give me a shot.
Gary's been doing this a long time, and he knows he's just a couple of those. You just heard him say that, but a couple decent bites, better than average bites away from potentially, I won't say slam the door because the fishing has been so good today, but we definitely had that early morning bite window. Seems like the first 2 or 3 hours. It's waning a little bit now. We've seen an afternoon bite every single day. He's saying day 1 when he had almost 20 pounds. He caught several in the afternoon as well. The same time it slowed down for him. So
something different today. There is that big front moving that we talked about earlier.
Sure.
Mid-lake is going with mid-bay is going from east to west. Or I'm sorry, west to east. And the wind was going to change as the day went on. Chance of storms in some parts of the lake. So it's going to be a little different as the day goes on. And like Gary talked about earlier, one of the good things for him, he's one of the top 10, so he gets that long day of fishing. These guys left this morning at 6 o'clock. Check-in for Gary's going to be 5:30. Make sure you guys tune in today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, to that live drive-up weigh-in with Big Al McCullough bringing the boom. We're going to go off air at 2 o'clock. Like I say, some of these guys will be fishing till 5:30, so stay tuned and watch that Weigh Live tracker brought to you by Beat Down Mounts and keep up with your guys. But we see some big sacks today, Luke. We talked about it. What's your biggest sack of the tournament today?
Lots of action so far here on Finale Friday, this final day for $50,000 on Saginaw Bay. We're going to check in with these fine sponsors that make this all possible for us here at the league. And we'll see you on the other side for more Saginaw Bay bass catching.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back
Getting a little
to
crazy out here.
Saginaw Bay. Gary Atkins, our leader, doing the smallmouth dance there. That's so typical of the Great Lakes.
We'll try a few casts like that. See what happens.
For just joining us here on live, Gary started out fast and furious this morning, putting a nice limit of smallmouth in the boat. Had one unfortunate miss. Smallmouth probably 3+, and he'd like to have that one in the box, but he's got a lot of quality. Just needs a couple more bites, he thinks, to potentially seal the deal. But man, there are a lot of anglers that have something to say about that. And one in particular, second place pro coming into today, Michigan's Buck Mallory. Let's check in with Buck. Buck's mined this small canal for all it's worth the last 2 days. Had an 18-pound bag yesterday out of here. It's a little bit calmer. We had a huge winds yesterday, and he thought that really generated some bites for him, but quality-wise yesterday, seeing a great number of bites today, just not the quality he's seen. He has 1 3-pound fish in the boat.
Can't guarantee it, but it looks like there's sand all the way out to here.
Buck's been alternating between a topwater, a wacky worm, a swim jig, a flipping jig, giving these fish a constant different
Very
looks
methodical.
every time we catch back up with him. He's back on the jig program now.
Like from here to that end was very productive for me yesterday. So I'm not gonna let that bother me. I'm just gonna go to work. That was a bluegill. Bluegills are up in bed, I'm telling you. That was a bluegill on this thing. He had it by the tail.
Gonna jump back over to John Sokup.
He's cutting the grass right now, baling some straw. Look at him, man, going into the jungle. I swear we need. Ooh, knees. Hook up, soak up, man, doing work. Looking for a place to put a hunting blind or what?
Somewhere back in here is like a spot the size of the boat that's got all these fish in it. You know?
It's wild,
You don't know
man.
where it's at.
Give me your thoughts right now.
Well, we got we decided to step it up to the taller grass. We're getting in the thick stuff. You know, my bites have gone down a little bit. I haven't caught as many. I think I'm on number 46 or something like that. So I've caught some fish, and I'm definitely looking for bigger fish. So I'm just practicing right now. I'm going back in the thicker stuff, punching a 1 ounce weight, and I'm looking for bigger fish. That's it. I'm looking for bigger fish. I'm looking for fish that are that 3 to 4 pound class, and gonna try to get back here and not get stuck. If so, Rick's promised me he'd get out and push, so he doesn't want me getting my feet wet. So that's nice of him. This may be a gigantic waste of time, but you know, if I connect, you know, it could also be game over. It could be game over. What happens in these grass mats is there's just little sections the size of your boat or a little bit bigger where a bunch of fish are at. And I mean, you'll catch fish after fish without moving the boat. You have to locate them. You have to stumble through them. So we're in a 20 or 30 acre field of grass here that I don't know exactly where these fish are at. So we're searching for them. Every once in a while you'll hear a big one blow up, boosh, way back in this stuff.
We sure he's not in Kansas? Expect a tractor to come through there at any point.
Oh, combine, yeah.
It's crazy. I remember years ago.
Back in '87.
Here we go, deeper.
This was after '87. This was actually after you won those two classics.
We just put that force and we just say, onward, onward.
I'm talking about just bush hogging up there.
Dude, bush hogging, no doubt.
But I remember there was a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament that the late, great Aaron Martins won out on Lake Havasu, flipping reeds way back over in the reeds, and it was the infamous tournament where he said he was on a blackbird pattern.
Oh yeah!
You can hear it. It's interesting. You can hear the birds. They will nest in this stuff, and Aaron was convinced. He's like, these bass are eating baby birds that fall out of the nest. It's one of the craziest patterns, and he was dead set that that's indeed what was happening in that situation. But you hear
absolutely, man,
lots of birds in the background. But John it was a similar situation. Visually, one of the only times I can remember ever seeing anything like this in a pro level event.
That's interesting, man.
It obviously goes down in Florida and different places. You know, people listening probably watching, oh, this happens all the time. But this is next level getting in the cover right here. John trying to become a 3-time champion out here with the NPFL. And we're going to check in with Buck Mallory, who's trying to become a 2-time champ. Started the day 5 ounces off the lead. We're going to check out a replay with Buck while we're over there in the fields of gold with Mr. Soka.
I watched him come off that tree. Get in there. Yes.
Another good quality fish for Buck.
I flipped up next to that tree. He had his back to us. I didn't see him. I hopped over the tree. I watched him come right off the end of that tree after my jig. I literally saw the flash. I was like, oh.
My man's wound up.
He gets so
excited. He said, look at me. You ready, boy?
Come here, fish. I just want to borrow you, little sucker, for a little while. We're getting there. Hey, Luke Duncan, you're about to see my Waylive app update because I got 5.
Buck knows I like to give the guys a hard time for not entering that weight in the Waylive app, and a lot of them have been pretty lucky that I haven't been on site for a lot of these events this year, just because you've seen me.
Yeah, you get a little feisty. I've seen you unleash the beast a couple times, letting the tiger out of the cage.
Had to
take your shirt off, and everybody sees all
Brad
the
and
Care
Michelle
Bear
Fuller
tattoos.
had to actually grab me by each arm and pull me off. You know, I'm fired up about that Waylive app. But thank you, Buck. We appreciate the effort to tell the story, and that is why we give these guys such a hard time. Half-hearted most of the time, you know, giving them a hard time. But we strongly encourage, and it's actually in our rules with the league. Hey guys, make sure you're updating this app because it helps us tell the story. We've got over 100 anglers out here. There are no cuts. So especially with our broadcast and for the
Family,
fans,
friends.
family,
Yeah.
friends, absolutely. To be able to keep up with your day, it's so important. Speaking from, tournament experience, I know my wife, she likes to be able to keep up, good, bad, or ugly. She wants to know, are you bringing home money, or is it going to be bad? That's one or the other. You going to be in a bad mood for a week, or are we going to go celebrate with a good steak dinner?
When you
That's
get
right.
home.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But like Faye, speaking on fans, Buck's done a good job at working and building his fan base.
I don't want to throw it, but I know it gets bit.
He's very informative.
And
he won that. He got a W at Winnebago last year, and he's one of the anglers really working on building his brand. He's doing a great job at it too.
We had Buck on camera a few times last year down at Pickwick, and then he took that win at Winnebago, and then this year at Hartwell had a great event there.
Mid-morning update.
Leading it after day one there at Hartwell.
We ran into a little group of them. I got two in the boat. Both pretty good ones, one a little over 3. And I had a little unfortunate mishap on one. I'm sure you guys will see the recap of it at some point if you watch along today. But I had me a good one, like a 3-pounder that I had skin hooked with a swim jig, and I saw it at the very end of bringing him in that he was skin hooked. And I reached down to try to get him, and he got slack and came off. And I don't really think there was any way I could have got that fish. I guess if I'd have brought my net, because we're allowed to use a net here, I probably would have landed that fish no problem. But potentially not. I mean, by the time you reach around and fiddle around with that thing, I might have lost the fish with it. So it's hard to say. He just wasn't hooked good. He didn't get it very good. When it's this calm, they don't always commit to it. I mean, I think that the color was just a little bit off on it. Just enough for him to want to eat it, but not commit. And I mean, we're surviving still. We got 5 now. And I'm hoping here before long we'll be all right here. We got a little bit of wind showing up. And we're starting to get close to the most productive parts of this whole place for me. So we've been taking our sweet time because we got a long day. And I'm just really trying to milk this whole thing for what I can and see what happens. And I mean, we've been catching a lot of fish. I mean, I've caught over 20 fish today. Just for some reason today, my average has been a little smaller than it has in the last few days. But we're going to continue plugging along here and see what we can do. Hopefully, shortly we'll have us another kicker here.
He's only setting a little less than 3 pounds behind Gary Atkins right now.
Started the day 5 ounces off. So Buck Mallory doing work and trying to chase down our leader, Gary Atkins, and somebody that's familiar with leading this tournament. Indiana's Tim Wilson, our day 1 leader with 22 pounds. We're going to check back in with Mr. Wilson. Looks like he's changed up colors a little bit in that swim jig.
Yeah, it seems like the bass are being a menace for him today.
Tim has certainly been utilizing a bluegill colored swim jig and chatterbait at times.
Throwing that Cinco too.
Last couple of days, but now he's made that switch to white.
Something Sam talked about yesterday. Well, Whitmire talked about he wanted to throw white, but it was hard because those pike like white.
They like anything flashy. That's for
right.
sure. Hooked up.
6.
You can hear it, that sigh.
Well, fishing this kind of cover, you get bit on that swim jig, you're always thinking that 5-pounder he had on day one, but unfortunately for Tim, it's just eluded him. Most of the day today and yesterday, you know, it opened with that huge stringer, mixed bag, and then just progressively has just gotten a little worse. Weight-wise, quality-wise, he's catching plenty of fish.
Exactly. Catching the fish, just can't find the right ones.
As we enter this 11 o'clock hour, just a little under 3 hours of live coverage left, but a lot of fishing time left for our anglers. We're going to take a look back at some of the excitement we've had out on Saginaw Bay today, and there have been plenty of fish catches. Makes our job a lot easier, Big Cat.
Oh, yes, sir.
All these fish catches, these guys doing work for us today out on Saginaw Bay. John Hookup Sokup trying to add a 3rd NPFL trophy to his mantle. Kevin Martin trying to add his very first shield. But man, he is milking this backwater for all it's worth up in that river.
Watching through that top water has been fun this morning. Oh, Hookup Sokup in the weeds.
Trying to chase down Mr. Smallmouth himself.
There's smallmouth on an Atkins diet, huh?
Right.
Come on, get some, Gary Atkins.
Buck Mallory trying to keep up with the pace.
Starting to improve a little bit for him.
No doubt about it. Quality starting to show up for Buck. The morning goes on and
give him a little smooch. Oh, yes, sir.
Gary playing keep away from the rest of the top 10 so far this morning. They're doing their best to
Dialed
run down
in, man. Dialed in.
the Wisconsin Pro.
That tree. Get in there. Yes.
Good stuff right there. A good look at Bay City, Michigan, right
USS Edson, destroyer.
One of the most scenic places I think our anglers in the league have gotten to do battle this year. And Gary Atkins so far leading that battle here on Finale Friday. 49 pounds, 7 ounces so far. But Ohio's Randy Kukral. Definitely having something to say about it. A great northern angler. Ohio Pro is gonna make some noise at Sandusky, I predict there. He's got a lot of experience. So good to see him way up that leaderboard. And he's been catching mainly largemouth here as well. Not a lot of smallmouth for Randy this week. John Hookup Sokup down there in 3rd place, 47-12 unofficially. Taylor Umlin started the day off, day one, very, very strong. We saw him with a bag early on that Way Live leaderboard. Same thing yesterday, same thing today. 46 pounds. He continues to upgrade. Last hour, he was down there at that 45-pound range. So he's steadily climbing that leaderboard.
And one of those anglers that's not fishing smallmouth either. He's in that backwater, the way it sounds.
In there, sharing water with Kevin Martin, Sam Whitmire, so many of our other anglers in that same area that seems to have more bass than maybe anywhere we've been.
It's wild.
On the entire circuit this year. It's crazy to see. Buck Mallory there. He told us he was going to update that Way Live app, gave us the shout out, and he did. 5th place there, Buck Mallory. John Cox, 46-6 in 6th place. Logan Millsaps in 7th. Timmy Reams, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, holding down the 8th place spot. 9th place, Keith Carson, bumped up from the last time we had an update here with the leaderboard. And then 10th place, Kevin Martin rounding it out, trying to get it going with the frog. But you look there, still super tight through that Way Live leaderboard. Of course, everything will become official starting at 3:30 this afternoon. Bay City, Michigan, that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. 2 tournaments going on. We like to say that on the final day. Normally we have these showdown Saturdays, but for the last 2 events due to holidays, Finale Friday is where it's at. $50,000 going to our 1st place winner, the beautiful NPFL Shield. but paying down to 37 places. B, I think that check weight could go up today. The guys had a hard time. We were looking at it last night. We're like, oh man, it's fell off the pace from where we thought it would be. They're blasting them today.
They are, man. A lot of guys making a lot of moves today. It is a lot going on, and I agree with you. We were thinking coming into the event, it was going to be about a 15-pound average that would cash a check. Yesterday, we were like, man, it might be like a 13 and a half pound. Now today, we were like, it might be that 15-pound average because so many guys are catching them so well. One of those guys we talked about earlier, Timmy Kales.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, came in to finale Friday, day 3, and 85th. Cracked over 22 pounds so far. If you're paying attention to that Way Live tracker brought to you by Beat Down Mounts, you're going to see that dude's making moves. And he's not the only one, man. There's a lot going on out there.
But the difference in him and a lot of our guys that are making moves, all brown fish, all smallmouth for Timmy Kales. We got confirmation on that. He's offshore, and it's, you know, it's expected here to see that 20-pound plus bag. We didn't see it. You know, Gary Atkins, our leader, little shy of 20 pounds, all brown the first day. Tim Wilson, 4 for 17.
Over 17,
adds in the big largemouth to get him to 22, but we haven't seen that 20-pound plus stringer. And today are we going to see more than one?
Dude, listen, yesterday watching P. Walt out there, he was around fish the entire day. He could see the fish on his forward facing sonar, saw him, couldn't get him to bite. And he's not one that likes that Way Live tracker. So I just want to know right now, what is he doing? Are they biting today? Is he going to be that guy that brings in 26, 27-pound smallmouth today? I don't know.
Trent Palmer, somebody else that was very confident that was in the top 5. Some of our guys running all the way to Thunder Bay, 90-mile run. There are so many variables today with this lot calmer day today. Some of these big smallmouth.
Is it a lot calmer?
Play.
Because we
doesn't look like it for Gary.
No, it doesn't.
Yesterday it was blowing on everybody else. Gary's area seemed fairly protected today. He's rocking and rolling in there. We're going to get back out and check in with Mr. Atkins himself, trying to put those smallmouth on that Atkins diet and fatten them up to bring them into Big Al McCullough and bring the boom this afternoon. Hopefully take home that shield. Wisconsin's Gary Atkins.
Hold on. Yeah, what's he doing right now?
Well, I grabbed the spinnerbait real quick. I mean, everybody knows the spinnerbait works great for smallmouth. What I'm doing is there's a series of small humps on this flat here. I just thought I would change it up a little bit and see if I can't locate a big fish with a spinnerbait. So I marked these humps when I was here in practice. So I'm just going to hit them real quick with the spinnerbait and hopefully trigger a big bite.
You guys in the studio thought you only brought one rod out here.
Well, I really didn't want to pull it out, but I got to give that area a rest. I mean, I really put a whooping on them this morning. I'm going to let it reload, hopefully, and I got a couple little areas I want to try up, working towards this point, and hopefully I can get a bigger bite off one of them, and then we'll go back to that spot in a little while. I want to change it up a little bit. The current's picking up. Just want to get my head right, and I lost that big fish, and I just want to focus on a couple different things right now, and then I'll go back there and I'll hopefully get a couple bites. But yeah, it slowed up there. I mean, I know I caught at least 20 fish off that spot this morning, so you know, I probably educated them a little bit. So just trying something different.
You been seeing a bite window at all?
Well, the bite window's been good in the morning, but in the first day of practice, when I found them fish, I caught a couple in the morning, and I went back in the afternoon, and I was able to catch them in the afternoon too. So I'm hoping there's going to be a later bite, another school, or a few more will pull up on that little special spot on that shoal there, and hopefully put 1 or 2 more fish in the box that could actually upgrade me.
Right on, man. Talking about that later bite, go back into it again.
I'm pleased where I'm at. I mean, I know I need more, but for this time of day, I'm sitting pretty good.
Yeah, you are.
I'm definitely feeling better than I did yesterday at this time.
Okay, man, for the folks at home that don't know, our top 10, they launched this morning at 6 o'clock. You don't have to check in until 5:30 p.m. today. So Gary's got a long day of fishing.
So I got a little rock hump right here I'm going to fish for a minute.
Had over 19 pounds on day 1. 15 and a half, day 2. Looking to crack another 19 today. If he cracks 19 today, it's going to be a tough tournament for the rest of the boys.
Okay, it's back in my hand.
There it is.
One Rod Todd has returned.
That's the Gary we know.
Who knew the Atkins diet consisted of flatworms?
Yeah, man. You did steal it. You took that and run with it, didn't you?
Listen, you give me a dad joke.
That's strong. Definitely put him on the Atkins diet out there.
Gary's certainly going to hang with these smallmouth. It's where he's most confident. But a lot of our anglers, we mentioned it over and over and over, but it is the theme of the week that is taking us by surprise. We knew this was a fantastic largemouth fishery, but we did not expect them to dominate the top 10s like they are. I mean, it's just crazy. Gary is truly our lone wolf with all smallmouth so far. One of the guys, though, that has just absolutely played his cards right with largemouth all week is Georgia's John Cox. And our man James Watson has called up with the one and not only John Cox.
All right, caught up with John Cox. Got in the boat with him real quick. Wanted to see a setup. John, I'm looking at that swim jig. Why paddle tail?
The tails get bit off less than a crawl, I guess. It didn't take me but about 10 minutes of the first day of practice when I got here. Told me if you get it in front of their face, they're going to eat it. So I've seen people dipping their tails. I've seen people worried about crawls. I think you could put a green bean on there and they're still going to eat it.
They're not very picky, are they?
If you get it in front of them, they're going to eat it. Yeah.
You were talking about this is a 2K jig?
Yeah, this is a 2K jig, deposit swim jig. Absolutely my favorite way to fish. And like I said, within the first hour of the first day of coming here, I caught a couple of 4-pounders and it was pretty much over. The smallmouth never even entered my mind. And I just looked for stuff like I like to fish, and this place sets up real good for me. You know, it's absolute favorite way to fish with my casting rod, multi-purpose rod, and just put your head down and fish. Today's the first day I've actually even had another rod on the deck. Just because I made a couple of laps here on my spot, I wanted to show them a different bait. I've caught my limit here first thing every morning and just left out. So I don't know if it's been hit in the afternoon or how many times they've seen a swim jig. So I've caught one on a spinnerbait today, and I've caught a few flipping today. Like I said, when y'all pulled off before, I flipped up a 3.5 pounder.
All right. You've had this area right here to yourself. It's kind of unique because it's just a little patch. So he's going to go on the outside of this little small patch of reeds right here. Again, he's kept his eye on this place too to make sure nobody's intruded. And you've really had it to yourself. You've made a couple of laps, you said, already today here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idle to get over here in 1 foot of water. So I think people have just, you know, it hadn't been a big enough spot to make it worthwhile the idle to get over here. So I think, you know, I've seen dozens and dozens of boats out there on the, you know, in the 3 foot of water just flying right past it. There's some bigger areas on both sides of it, but you know, it's just that small sweet spot surrounded by these dead reeds on both sides for hundreds of yards, and this is like their little oasis.
There you go. I'm going to step back here and let you get after it, bud.
John Cox certainly loves to swim a jig. He's told us that from day one, the first time we ever really got to know John.
But when you're throwing a swim jig, you got a couple options. You can throw it on heavy fluoro, you can throw it on braid. Most of the time, when you're throwing it on in more open situations, you go with a lighter wire hook and fluorocarbon line. In this situation, it's a little more congested with weeds and everything. Go with a heavier hook because you're throwing it on braid. It's the little things you learn when you fish throughout the years, and you know, everybody's got their way of doing things, but you know, there's a lot a person can learn by watching these guys fish on live. you say, well, why is he using braid, or why are you using a light wire hook, and why are you using a swim bait versus a crawl? You know, like swim bait, generally you can fish that swim bait a little higher in the water column, and it's got a little more heavier, or not heavier, but it's got a better rise to it. So there's particular ways that make you get and generate a few extra bites, or bites where other guys might be using a crawl and fluorocarbon line and not hooking up very well. I learned this years ago fishing this kind of stuff at Okeechobee.
Good stuff from Watson there.
Yeah, man.
And John Cox, who started the day in 10th and is climbing that unofficial leaderboard with another great day. Found this area, has had it mainly to himself, risked the super shallow water. It's paying off for him.
He's fishing the way he likes to fish too. That's the thing. For a southern angler, Georgia boy, making this northern swing, it's kind of intimidating, especially if you don't have a lot of experience up here. But to be able to come up here and find something that fits your forte and actually capitalize on it, yeah, man. John Cox has got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
Heard him say it right there. He caught a couple 4-pounders on a swim jig the first morning of practice. He's like, yeah, you guys can have those smallmouth out on the lake. And he's been dialed in ever since. Georgia's John Cox. We appreciate Watson giving us the goods there this morning out on Saginaw Bay, doing the hard work while we sit in here in the studio. Now we're going to catch up with our sponsors that make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you guys on the other side for more Saginaw Bay smallmouth and largemouth.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Kevin Martin out on Saginaw Bay up in a small backwater that he has been in for 3 solid days. Several of our other anglers, Taylor Humlin, another one of our anglers in the top 10 right now that's been in here. Sam Whitmire, a Florida pro we covered yesterday, was in 5th coming into day 2, was also in this area yesterday. Some local traffic yesterday as well. So these fish have certainly seen a lot of baits, but man, the population has blown our mind in this small backwater. Kevin started the day and didn't get it.
Man, watching Kevin throw the buzz bait, throw the frog this morning. Seeing some top water action from him. What's he throwing now?
I don't think it was a helper anyway. That's the thing, if you stick it in front of one of them big ones, ain't none of that going on. They got it.
He changed up the color of his frog, didn't he? That's I'm tripping. Good chance.
Well, we are still frogging right now, frogging and buzzbaiting. Mainly those are the 2 techniques I feel like I have the most confidence in of getting the right bites, which, you know, the 3+ pound bites, I feel like, just me, confidence wise, I can get on that Big Daddy buzz bait or this frog. I have there's one.
Hooked up. Ski him on in.
Yes, sir.
Don't think that's any help. Almost positive it ain't. But it's a, you know, pound, probably a 2 pound class fish. But
Kevin's got a solid limit in the boat.
Almost certain that is no help. That's definitely not it.
Kevin's going to sort it out. We're going to check back in with our tournament leader, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins.
Seems like it calmed down a little bit for him where he's at. It was crazy watching the weather forecast earlier. The wind was going to start at 6, ramp up to 12, go back down, then by the evening pick back up. Hasn't been calm for too long. You can still see water on the deck of the boat.
Oh yeah. I think he might just be positioned a little differently now. Parallel with them instead of facing them.
That's right.
But you can see he spot locked, so that boat's going to shift and that trolling motor's going to find the wind.
Yep.
Here you go.
There it is.
A little similar to what it was now.
Yep, you're right.
Oh, it's a big one. It's a big one. This one's gonna help. Just gotta get him in the boat. Come on. Oh, settle down, my friend. Settle down. Oh, don't do that.
The weather certainly does not help. The wind. I mean,
come on up. Come on up.
He's playing peekaboo.
Come on. Where you at?
Now you see me, now you don't.
no, no.
Oh man. You got this, buddy. Shake it off.
It just came off. Just came off.
Plenty more where that came from, Gary.
That one's going to be hard to get out of my head. That was a big one.
Second heartbreak moment we've seen from Gary in the last hour or so. Broke off a fish he estimated over 3 pounds. That one looked well north of that kind of quality he needs to shut the door on the rest of the field.
I haven't lost a fish in 2 days.
Absolutely.
I lose 2 in a row, that a 3.5 and a 4.5.
Well, if you think about the amount of fish that he's caught and he's only lost 2, I know that doesn't matter right now because he's in contention to win, and the 2 that he has lost could definitely help him. But the fact of the matter is he's still got a pretty good ratio of landing fish. I just hate it for him.
I don't feel like I did anything wrong. Tried to go under the boat, and when he turned, that hook must have pulled out of his mouth. I had my drag loose. I felt like I did everything. Wasn't horsing him. I just don't know.
So unfortunate for Gary right
He'll
there.
be reviewing that, you know.
No doubt about it.
He'll be watching he seems like the kind of guy he's
But if
want to see.
he gets the next one in the boat, if he gets a good one
That's
on,
right.
it'll calm him down.
He's
It's
going
just
to, like we talked about, he's got plenty of time to
seasoned
recoup.
veteran.
Just don't know, guys.
You just hate to see it on the final day.
Absolutely.
It's tough. He's still got the lead. Unofficially in the lead.
And a lot of time left. A lot
Tons
of time
left. So, Gary, we're going to go check in with another veteran. Indiana's Tim Wilson.
like beds right here. Bluegill or something. Probably gonna have to go find new water. Glad I found those fish in the river though yesterday, you know what? Got him. That's a good one. Yeah, finally. Finally. We knew that'll go, huh? Maybe we've pushed them back this far, you know what I mean? That's the third hit I've got since I pulled right in here. Yeah, he's a... Number 3. Really, number 5 if you stop and think about it, huh? Counting the 2 I sent back. This one should be over 2. Huh. £2 even.
Another good quality fish for Tim.
Thank you, Lord.
Not as big as that 5-pound kicker we saw on day 1 with that massive 22-pound bag.
It probably feels like a 5-pounder now, considering the morning he's had. It's been.
I think I have my number 3 in here.
He's been catching them, just not the good ones. So good for him.
Yeah, should be right here.
That might be what he needs to shift the momentum.
One more 2-pounder and I'll make it. I'm pretty sure I'll make a check.
If you look. He's fishing a little bit different too. He's starting to move in a little bit. He was fishing that outer edge, and now he's in between that sparse reed and that thickness right there.
Whoop, that's a jig I make myself. Pour the lead, get the hooks. I don't know. Somewhere on here it should say Tim Swim Jigs. It's for Its and Giggles. That's a polite way of saying it.
Tim, the tool man's jigs there.
Oh Lord, give me another keeper.
From Tim back over to Kevin Martin.
Biggest one of the day, 2 pounds. Woohoo! We're high.
If you're just joining us, he did not lock through the Okeechobee Canal. That didn't happen. This is indeed Michigan.
What a diverse fishery. It's wild, man. If you want to go somewhere and fish and have a little bit of everything, you go to Saginaw Bay in Bay City, Michigan. Because we've seen it all this week. We really have.
Trim them legs, man.
Oh, he's a leg trimmer. Now, do you trim one side, both sides? What do you do, Luke? You trim one side to make a walk better, or you just pull it out the pack and just start slinging it?
Normally trim them up and one shorter than the other a little bit.
Gotcha.
Give it that gangster lean, you know.
I ain't mad at you.
Walk it through. Now, if I'm fishing cheese, actual mats like you see in the background there, which most of Kevin's fish seem to come around the pads as he's walking the frog, but like Lake Gunnersville, rudely interrupted again. Gladly interrupted, I should say.
No doubt.
Kevin Martin.
That no help.
Yes, sir.
Attaboy.
Boy, oh boy.
We said yesterday, I'm not really seeing these guys be
That's
real
another
productive
one
on
of
a frog.
That's close to 3. I'd say it's close to 3.
Kevin's proving us wrong on that today.
White. It's probably 2.5, actually, 2.5 pounder. More than close to 3. They look bigger when you first catch them. Okay. I think it was green and I just put white in there. So it's gotta be these two. Green, white. Yep, definitely a help.
Some meat.
It is.
Kevin
He's doing
Martin,
okay.
yes, yet again.
I'm gonna double check and make sure green goes.
Kevin's gonna make yet another cull and sort it out. We're gonna check back in with John Hookup Soakup, who's done plenty of culling himself today. Keep himself in contention here on Finale Friday.
Something happened right here.
Trying to win that third shield.
Dude, he's just been jacking jaws, crossing eyes.
Definitely a bite. Took my.
We saw him set the hook earlier, and you're like, have mercy.
Took my bait.
I think when we touched base with him earlier, he was talking to his camera guy, said that was number 43 he had caught today so far. And that was probably a half hour ago.
Of course, John, no stranger to closing the NPFL tournaments out on the final days. Did that twice last year.
No.
Wire to wire.
Wire to wire. He loves to get those eyes of determination on that.
I always say that it's that Soakup laugh too. When he gets that, gets the cackling, you better watch out. Some audio issues there with John.
Flipping side. It's just a different day. I can't tell what. Just observing that things are different out here. The old who, what, why, where. I have zero idea right now.
How many fish you've caught so far?
51 fish. Caught 51 fish.
The half century mark.
I'm at. I don't know. I'm starting to get up, running out of fingers and toes. So we're
John went to county school like I did.
And went through a little dry spell there where we didn't catch very much at all. So I want to mix it up a little bit and get out of that thick stuff for a second. And just see if there's some more fish hanging around these pencil reeds and stuff. I mean, I know there are fish, but I don't know if they're the quality that we're looking for. But I got to do something different, or make a change in location. Like go to a different side of the lake or something. Something's got to change. I can't keep operating the last few hours the way I have been. No, sir, I cannot. I haven't thrown this toad much, but I've got bit when I have thrown it. Nothing that we've kept, though. We have not kept one toadfish.
He's keeping everything honest. He's bouncing in and out. We've seen him, I know, more times than not today over in the jungle, but he slides out there to the edge as well, swims the jigs, throwing a toad now.
He was even talking about fishing his way out of those trails that he was creating, which was interesting. he would punch his way in and then work his way out a different way.
Certainly something I noticed there with John, though, his wheels are turning.
Oh, yes.
Not getting the quality that he had yesterday.
Very self-aware.
And he's going to, said he could just change areas completely. Would not shock me at all, and wouldn't shock me if he pulled into another area and started catching better quality. John seems to make the right moves at the right times on these final days. So John is making up his mind on whether he's going to stay or go. We're going to leave for a little bit, go check in with the sponsors of the National Professional Fishing League. We'll see you guys on the other side for more live action from Saginaw Bay, stop number 4.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Bay City, Michigan.
That ain't enough. so it don't really matter.
Kevin, the topwater man, Martin.
He sounds like me when I order gravy on something. That's not enough. I want more gravy on that.
We're all greedy as fishermen.
Kevin Martin have a good tournament. Love watching him. He's really broke some stuff down for us. Been great on camera. There he goes.
And he does that a lot.
Put on a topwater clinic.
Which we
that buzzbait, that frog.
That was definitely not going to make the dream team he's got going on.
Not in his live well, that's for sure.
Oh, should have served that to you, but it's all right. It wouldn't help anyway.
You're all right, buddy.
No shortage of bites, though, for Kevin over the last 3 days.
He's doing a great job out there today. All week, matter of fact. It's good seeing him on camera. Some of these guys that don't have that camera experience, man, they come on here and, well, let's be honest, for a lot of our guys, they don't have camera experience. So it's good to see how they handle it because it is pressure. You know yourself.
Yeah, it changes everything.
Changes
Absolutely. Everything, man. But Kevin has absolutely done a phenomenal job today. Did yesterday. We covered him boat to boat. Just breaking down, and that's what I stress to our guys when we do our pre-tournament, pre-coverage interviews with a lot of the guys. We pick their brains, pattern notes and things, and especially our first timers on camera, they always ask questions, and that's my number one thing is A, be yourself.
That's right.
And B,
well, most of the guys be yourself.
Yeah, most of them. They tell you and I, don't be yourself.
Yeah.
Do not be yourself. But break down what you're doing. That's always so for the viewer at home. I watch a lot of live fishing just like you do. I enjoy it. All the coverage that all the tournament trails provide. And man, it's just these guys are the ones you need to hear talking. They're the ones out there. They've been putting in the work, putting in the hours. So it's cool to hear how they see things change. Just like John Sokup just a moment ago talking about, think about moving areas. I love that. Everybody wants to see fish catches, but I'll enjoy the struggle as far as the story of the tournament, the heartbreak, Gary Atkins. You know what I mean? That's it's the beauty of live coverage. I'm so grateful to be a part of it, man. It's so much fun.
It has changed televised. It's changed the way we look at fishing because it used to be where you would watch a tournament on television that was filmed weeks prior or whatever the case may be. Now we're watching it as it happens, and it's done nothing but make the sport better.
Keeps everybody honest too, because it's exposed so many things.
That's right.
As far as you can't hide a technique that's working if you're out there with a camera right over your shoulder.
They'll pause and zoom in. Did he pull a brush hog out of a Bobby's package? Not much gets by.
From Kevin Martin over to a little boat-to-boat action. I believe this is Craig Burwell, the Ohio Pro.
Oh,
having a great week.
Yes, he is. And no shock, right? We had a feeling, man, doing this northern swing, we were going to see.
But I actually expected him to not be in reeds. I expected him to be smallmouth fishing.
I was not expecting this myself. You're right.
The same with Randy Kukral. Like I figured these, and listen, great largemouth fishing in Ohio as well. Even in Sandusky Bay, it's great largemouth fishing. A lot of grass lakes. So these guys certainly do that a lot. But man, that Sandusky, that smallmouth, I see Craig on social media a lot. Smallmouth. So it really is surprising to me. But, talking to Patrick Walters after day one, and has in the last 3 years of his professional career, a lot of experience up north. And he said, man, these set up a little bit different than a lot of the other northern lakes and bodies of water I've been to, smallmouth-wise. And I think that's what a lot of our guys ran into. And you couple that with the fact that practice was physically brutal because of the wind.
Absolutely.
These guys had howling winds for 3 days, and it makes it, if you're a first timer on a body of water, you don't know those rock piles to run to. You either got to get very fortunate to land in the right area when the weather's that bad, because you can't move around, you can't graph as well.
Bryce Matthews, South Carolina angler, came up here and he tried to go out there and pre-fish. And Bryce, younger fella, in great shape, takes care of himself. He said, man, I was out there. He said, I don't know how these guys do it. He said, I thought it was going to knock me off the front of the boat. And he said he was using a butt seat and watching guys out there in the same stuff he's in not using a butt seat. He said, I just don't know how they do it. It's not for me. That's why he's stuck with the river.
And so many of our guys made that choice. Hey, I'm going to the bank.
That's right.
I can get bit up here, get comfortable. I can check a lot of areas with, I can actually travel around. Hey, speaking of, it's 4th of July weekend, baby.
That's it,
Fireworks
man.
are starting.
Get ramped up.
Burwell hooked up.
There he is. No help.
He said, "Scat cat, get out of here."
That's right. Go on now, get. Go get your mama and them.
And we were watching that drive-through weigh-in yesterday, and we saw some of the families of our anglers coming across the stage, some of the future NPFL pros wearing some NPFL swag. We've got a lot more swag out there, T-shirts, hats, a lot of gear, but you were able to, you pull double duty. Every week at the NPFL events, you tend to go to the venues and then you show up here in studio with me, but you got to actually take a tour of the place that makes all the swag possible. Tell us more about that and what we're going to see here.
Yeah, so you're about to see ATTS Printing. It's one of those situations in the fishing industry where they do a lot for a lot of people. And once you get a little insight on this, you'll be like, holy moly, it's a big operation. And they touch a lot of products that a lot of us wear. And great guys over there, the Gilmans. Well, John and Jared showed us the ropes, and you're about to see it right here, folks. Hey there, folks. We're Shaking Fat Cat Newton coming at you from ATTS Printing with Jared Gilman, one of the owners here. Proud to announce we have partnered with these guys, and they're going to make us some clothing and NPFL gear looking clean.
It's just a continuous process. The way the press works is goes in a circle. One guy puts a shirt on, goes around, and the other guy takes it off, throws it on the conveyor dryer, and once it hits the end of the dryer, it's done and ready to wear.
When you place an order for National Professional Fishing League gear, it all starts here at ATTS Printing. All right, folks, there you have it. You've seen the process. You've seen the quality. So what you need to do now, go to tnpfl.com and place that order for your gear. Like I said, we have it all, man. The shirts, the sweatshirts, the gloves, the hats. And if you want it, tnpfl.com. Big shout out to ATTS Printing for making it all happen.
You know, my main takeaway from that video was you show up here in studio in Wisconsin without any swag for me whatsoever. You came in just dripped out, as the kids say.
On fleek.
Looking fly, on fleek,
yes,
on fleek. As always. And I can't even get a T-shirt.
Hey, well, maybe if you show up to a tournament every once in a while. No, but dude, it was a cool experience going in there and seeing the amount of volume that they're capable of moving, and they do move. Like one of their T-shirt presses, listen to me, I think they had six stations. Just one station alone can do up to 1,000 shirts a day. It's wild, man. And one person, it's a cool operation. They do a lot for the fishing industry. So shout out to ATTS Printing and John and Jared over there, man, making it do what it do.
Is it true that the league is going to have potentially a Fat Cat Newton shirt, like
It's
a signature
denim
series?
bibs. They're going to be denim bibs, booty shorts. Okay. We're working on it right now. Yeah, it's in the making. It was my, I asked for that, so we've been negotiating.
Kind of a pros pick, you're telling me there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. Let's play it by ear.
Thought they may get one with your head on Madonna or something
Well,
this
that'd be
week.
nice.
Just a Bay City special, just a limited run, a drop, as they say.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I do have a face made for T-shirts.
You can tell that Craig Burwell is tired of this conversation. He's getting out of
As
there.
most of the people watching right now. He's trying to get away from us. As I'm trying to get away from it as well.
Nope. Found another reed head. He wasn't. We were wrong. Good boat-to-boat action there with Craig Burwell.
Yeah, shout out to our boy old Eric Heeman's Wombat. Doing that on the water, the coverage, putting up with James Worldwide Watson and getting us these boat-to-boat shots.
Of course, we've had a lot of in-boat action today. A lot of fish catches, a lot of hook setting, some heartbreak. Let's take a look back at some of the excitement that's taking place here in Bay City, Michigan today out on Saginaw Bay. Kevin Martin.
Dude, it rolled like that, and I thought it was a big one.
And a steady day, quality, lots of bites. A little bit of frogging, a little bit of buzz baiting.
Don't, but it's a...
Yeah, man, top water clinic from Kevin Martin. He was teaching us a little bit too about the frogs.
Look at one of those beautiful Saginaw largemouth. Back to Gary Atkins, tournament leader.
There's a 4-pounder.
Certainly got off to a great start this morning. But couple of just really tense moments.
Buck Mallory putting something together, get a big one right there. Fishing that canal that was so good to him yesterday.
Buck had 18 pounds out of this canal. Caught all of his day one weight there as well to find himself in second place, trying to run down this man right here, Gary Atkins.
Atkins found those smallmouth that were on the Atkins diet. They're fishing a shoal, focusing on boulders, liking that wind, generating that current.
Get in there. Yes.
Buck Mallory giving bass smooches out.
Take a look here as we get around that lunchtime hour.
My favorite hour.
Check out this unofficial leaderboard brought to you by Beat Down Mounts, the Way Live leaderboard. And not a lot has changed up at the top. Gary Atkins still holding down that top spot with Randy Kukral, the Ohio Pro, in second. John Soakup there in third place still. Taylor Umlin, the Illinois Pro's first year here with us in the league. Came in with a lot of hype. We heard a lot of good things about Taylor, and he has certainly lived up to that in a few of our events so far, catching them here this week at Saginaw Bay. Buck Mallory, the Michigan Pro, still holding down the fifth place spot. John Cox started the day in 10th, has moved up to 6th. We caught up with him a little earlier, doing what he loves with that swim jig. Of course, Kevin Martin right there, having himself yet another solid day on the bay. Logan Millsaps in 8th place. Top 10 AOY right now, certainly making a case that he's going to be in the mix going into those last two tournaments. But the man to beat right now in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, not taking his foot off the gas, Timmy Reams, unofficially 9th place, got off to a strong start with a little over 14 pounds early today on Finale Friday. And Landon Tucker, the Georgia Pro, rounding out that top 10. Landon has been super consistent this week as well. Looks like he's on that 15-pound a day pace again today. All largemouth. And Landon is a shallow water largemouth angler, fishes Lake Seminole a lot, so no surprises there. The biggest surprise, though, of the whole tournament for me is our top 10, one smallmouth guy, one lone angler, and he's leading this thing, Gary Atkins. With the adversity today, I mean, you and I, we this is our 10th event doing this together, and you see
it's been
things.
A long 10 events.
It has been a long 10 events. Let's just be honest. Just you and I. Just
no doubt.
We're friends on camera. We're not off camera at all. So you see these days, though. Drew 6. I think about that day at Hartwell. Patrick Walters, foot on the gas. We're like, it's Walters' tournament to lose. And then you start to see things unfold. Drew's just has this magical day, and he takes it home. The day started like that, and you do, covering professional bass fishing, following it like we have for so long, Gary started out having that morning.
You're going where I was thinking, bro.
And then all of a sudden, the train runs off the tracks a little bit with two big, not just slight, big misses. Those were
a 3.5 and a 4.5.
His estimation, and those are quality bites that there's a lot of 3-pounders around here. We see that. You see that 15-pound mark, but that 3.4, 3.5, 3.8, to 4 pound plus fish. Those are the difference makers that get you up to where you need to be, that 17, 18 pound range. Does he get it back on the tracks? A lot of time left, man.
Well,
I mean, like 5 hours of fishing time left for these
like
guys.
we talked about, top 10, they launched 6 a.m. this morning. Don't have to check in until 5:30 p.m. 11 and a half hours of fishing. So like you say, plenty of time left. I think that Gary Atkins has the experience. He's a veteran. And I think he's that kind of guy. He has that demeanor that it really doesn't get rattled. We did see him lay on the deck of the boat and just get...
That emotion came out? Yeah, that one hurt him.
It did. And he said out loud that it did. But I think that he has the experience and just how he carries himself. I think he'll be able to bring it back. It's not the first time he's been here. It's not the first time he's dealt with adversity, losing fish. You know, one broke off, one come unbuttoned. I think he'll hold it together because here's the deal. He's in the area where the fish are coming. He's back. He's being smart too. He's trying to manage that area, backing off, letting it load up. We saw him throwing the spinnerbait for a little while. So I think Gary has it to hold on. But what you're saying, sometimes it's magical. They can't do any wrong.
We see it a lot. We see those final day fireworks, and we started the morning with those, and it's like, uh-oh.
It's still been a magical morning and a tournament
Without
for
a
Gary.
doubt, it's been an awesome morning for all of our anglers in the entire field, man. You look through that Way Live app, they are absolutely catching them. We're going to get back out there to the man of the day, the man of the tournament so far, Gary Atkins, a Wisconsin pro. Check back in with him live, Saginaw Bay. Little different look over his shoulder there. And I don't know, we've been given the same viewpoint, you know, for 2 days.
Good point, true.
Has he moved on the shoal? Has he changed areas? We've been watching the cameras. I haven't seen him just run around too much this morning. So, no, I think he's just changing it up a little bit, maybe giving him a different look.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to leave too far from where he was.
Got to give it to him. Them little flies are persistent.
Put them on the hook and throw them to fish.
Yeah. They weren't biting me until that wind stopped.
Here's a great look at the diversity of this fishery right here in this quad box. Tim Wilson, Buck Mallory, your leader Gary Atkins, and Kevin Martin. The lone smallmouth angler versus all the largemouth guys, crowding him out right now in the quad box.
Chunky up there.
You can hear that Kevin Martin buzzbait.
That high rise intake on it. Sound like it's running on cam 2.
One thing's for sure, Kevin might not win this event, but he has had a blast.
Yeah, man.
There's nothing more fun than what he's getting to do up shallow power fishing, but especially with that top water, getting as many bites as he's getting. Has to be one of his favorite fishing weeks ever, man.
Gotta be. I'll say Buck is working his way out of that canal, fishing the other side of it.
Seeing a little bit more chop in there, though. You know, that was
that's what he
something
wanted, right? He was
hooked
looking,
up.
hooked up.
Better fish.
Quad hooked up.
Attaboy.
Power pull back down real quick.
What do you think Gary thought about that when he flipped that in the boat? Almost hit him in the face.
I don't know if he's going to help. I'm just getting plagued with little guys. He trashed my trailer already. He's a keeper.
Buck trying to win that second shield.
He helps a little bit.
Got his teammate in the boat, John Moat, doing the deal behind the camera.
Making Buck look good. Not a hard job to do, though.
2/10 or something.
I don't think our camera crew gets enough credit out there, what they go through.
Especially this tournament. Let's talk about it, buddy.
Yeah, they have earned their stripes this week.
Someone probably got that gut speed out.
You little sucker.
I think that was the one he wanted to throw back, and it said, nah.
I like it in here.
Not today, Satan. Went right back in the line.
Oh, this is going to get challenging. I'll just fix that real quick. It's a good fish.
Oh, that's going to make Buck clean off that lens. Is
That's
what
right,
it
man.
Back to the quad box. Can't stress enough in these type events where you're getting so many bites how important culling is, but also how much time it does take.
It's lower than it
Because
was
these guys, you
yesterday,
get
and then it was lower than it
2
was
or
the
3
first
ounce upgrades at a time, but you can't just go eyeball it. You've got to go check. You've got to weigh them. You've got to balance beam them, and it does take a lot of
wind's
time.
not helping it none, you know what I mean? It's sucking like Okeechobee does. The wind blows out of the west. The east side gets dirty and builds up water, and the west side loses water.
Gary's gonna make a move. So this will be interesting to see what Gary's up to.
I think I'll stay right. Kind of work my way in and out of this right here. I might come back there later when I come back the other way.
Tim Wilson looks like he's gone further into the jungle.
Mm-hmm. Got a taste of it earlier. That's where he caught his last good one, a little over 2 pounds. He was focusing on that outer edge.
Yeah, plus the wind west yesterday, remember? And then
getting up in it now.
Straight out of the south the day before. No, the day before was northeast.
Sticking to that white swim jig. Homemade white swim jig. Tim the carpet man makes it himself at the house. It's got to be a good feeling, man. Doing so well in a tournament on a bit you made yourself. Crafty little fella. Good fisherman too, like we talked about. He's been doing this a long time. He's got some history here at Saginaw Bay, but from the 90s, he was here, fished, told me 10 different times he fished redmans back in the 90s. So it's changed a little bit. It's that the largemouth plays so much more of a role these days than what they did back then. As we're seeing.
Just taking a look down outside of our top 10 on the way live out. Trent Palmer.
Name off a few of the countries you've been to.
Sneaking back up. Unofficially 14.5 pounds.
Well, things have gotten a little bit better. I made a pass on an outside of some reeds and had 6 non-keepers. So I know they're still in the area. The water has dropped here a bunch. And since the start of the tournament, and even since the start of practice. But, so when I got down going around and I had 6 non-keepers, I'm thinking like, God, there's gotta be some keepers. I caught too many, I'm in here, and I know another guy that's culling, I watched him cull. So what I did is I got in behind it and immediately caught me a nice keeper. Just good solid, almost 15 inches. And I went a little bit ways and I had one smoke it and didn't hit it, and I don't know what it was. And then I went a little bit farther and I caught me another keeper, probably, well, the first one was 2 pounds and the second was 1.96, so they're 2-pounders. So that gave me a teeny bit of breathing room to hopefully get a check. So being in 5th place, you wouldn't think you'd be worrying about it, but I am, because first day fluke that I had at 22. The next 2 days is my normal fishing. But anyways, so I'm gonna keep plugging along. I've got a lot of time left. Yeah, I've got over 5 hours still, and so I I'm just going to keep plugging along, zigzagging in and out of these, because there's still a few fish in here, and I'm going to milk for everything I got, at least until I get 5. And then I left a little bit too early yesterday thinking I was going to run through a lot of waves, and I didn't want to beat up my camera boy or myself, so I took the perimeter around the lake to stay out of the wind real bad, and got up in the river, and I found myself over 2 hours early. So I said, well, you know what? Let's just fish. And I dropped my trolling motor and picked up a white swim jig and had 3 keepers. Now, none of them helped me, but they will today. So we'll see. Back to fishing.
Tim breaking it down for us there. We're going to take a quick break. Check in with the sponsors, the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll see you guys in just a few moments for more live action from Saginaw Bay.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Michigan with Michigan's own Buck Mallory. Started the day in second place. Unofficially in fifth now. Slid down just a little bit. Trying to find that quality that he found yesterday afternoon. While we were away, Buck was out there doing work in his little canal. Check out a little replay with Buck Mallory.
True, thank God. Get me some current going. I'm gonna start catching these fish. Been desperately wanting some current. He ain't gonna cut the mustard, but
non-keeper and yet another bait from Buck.
As you can see, I'm getting some wind and it's helping already. Besides this getting hung up right here, since it started getting windy, I've caught like 4 in a row. One was a keeper and I made a mistake and I was flipping the jig and I lost one. I don't know, my hand slipped off the reel and I lost control of the fish, but this wind is gonna help me tremendously. I have needed this for a while. I'm hoping that it's gonna build even stronger and that I can start catching them good because I'm ready.
Still got plenty of time.
I am ready to catch some.
Wind to pick up.
I've been wanting to do this in some wind all day long. And this stretch that I'm on was like my highest producing stretch yesterday. I don't know if these fish stick around in one area, truthfully or not. 100%. Because the day before I had a better producing area. But I'm gonna go with it that there's gonna be some fish in here and we're gonna catch some. So let's see what we can come up with.
Hear that confidence coming back with Buck. He likes what he's seeing conditions wise.
We heard him
Who could blame him? He catch 18 pounds in this canal yesterday. He knows what the potential is right there. Hooked up.
Nope.
Oh, he's a little one. He come off. That's okay. It's okay. Little one. He hit it on the fall.
First thing this
Dude,
morning.
That's another one that was off the bank. You remember I've been talking about this. For some reason today, they've been a little bit off the bank. Let's see if I can repeat that a little bit here.
Getting that wind that he's been talking about since first thing this morning, generating that current. But that wind is going to continue to shift as the day goes on.
Oh, this guy's gonna try to come in here and fish my stuff. Or maybe it's the boys coming back, but we're about to find out, I guess.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
A little bit of grass.
Might get crazy. Knuck if you
buck.
buck.
The tiger.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know that I would test Buck on Finale
He's
Friday.
full grown.
Yeah.
He's full grown. He's a super nice guy, but I'm sure you come in there messing with a man's spot.
Wrong jig.
Messing with a man's money, you're messing with a man's emotions. but he dealt with some of that yesterday and said everybody he came in contact with was very understanding. And sportsmanship was at its peak yesterday. Everybody giving Buck his room, realizing the potential that he had to win this tournament.
Buck's confidence is certainly building, starting the day in second place, trying to run down Gary Atkins. We're going to go check back in with Gary, who's had his share of tough luck this morning after he went on a big run, put a nice bag of smallmouth in the boat, but since then we've seen a couple heartbreaking moments. Let's check back in with our leader, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins. More of the same with Gary here. It's still drop shot in those smallies. It does seem like he's taking a different angle casting wise on this place as the day goes on.
Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy.
That's right. Talk to him.
Come on, fishy, fishy. Take the bait. Just take the bait.
Oh, fish on.
Hooked up.
Thought he was hung up.
I'm not sure what we got going on here. I'm not sure what, I don't think that was a bass because it was way too big.
Break it off?
Yeah.
Just tie that up.
I just tied it on it.
The way he was hooked up,
Could
almost
have
seemed like it was.
been a toothy critter cut him that
Could
quick.
have been, he could have been over a
Giant
boulder too, right?
sheephead.
Trying to get
I actually thought I was snagged. That's how big it was. That was a carp.
Doesn't seem rattled by it, so that's a good thing. Didn't get to see it, doesn't know what it is. It's a carp. Keep that mind right, retie.
I thought I was reeling in a rock.
I like hearing the chuckle though. That's good.
It always helps when you don't see.
That's right.
You know, and those smallmouth tend to they get airborne really
I've never
quick.
lost a fish that weighed under 10 pounds.
Ever.
Especially if
None
I don't
of
see
us.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Well, and you don't get to where you are, you know.
Such a valid.
I don't know what's going on.
2 classics in '87.
Good point.
You've been on ridiculousness.
The best fisherman I ever met.
Exactly.
So.
It isn't mine.
10-pounders are nothing for you, I say.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to argue. Oh, that's why I'm so humble.
Pass only.
That's why I'm so humble.
You know what? I'll bet you I know what it was. It was a big catfish. I caught a big catfish here the first morning. And whatever it was standing at the bottom, and it was leaving.
Could have been one of those sturgeon.
At least I'm back to feeling all the rocks again.
Gary has about 5 hours left of fishing. Check-in time not until 5:30.
Long day. From Atkins over to unofficially our second place pro right now, John Hookup Soakup.
Oh my gosh, he missed it. No, it's gotta be grinnell. It's gotta be. gotta be.
John was a lot like Gary, got off to a huge, fast start this morning. Estimated he's caught over 50 bass, all largemouth, of course, up here in the dirt. But not that he's unofficially at 14.
Awful bassy, didn't it?
He's got that laugh you talk about.
That's right, 14, 15 pounds, but can't connect with one over 4 pounds so far. A lot like Gary, you know. And they're neck and neck right now, pound separating
One
them
pass, and that's all they're
unofficially.
gonna give me. Interesting. The grinnell usually would, you know, protect his area better.
Listen.
Sounds like Florida. You've ever been in those backwaters down there, Okeechobee, Kissimmee, Toho?
Yeah, that's the grinnell.
You hear that all day long.
That's
So
a
if you're
grinnell.
just joining us, we are in Bay City, Michigan.
That's a grinnell. You're in here messing with the grinnell, but hoping that another bass. I mean, it makes sense that the bass that did bite this would be a good one because he's out there hanging out with competing with the big grinnells. I mean, dude, those can't be bass. I mean, they can't be. I'm missing it so much.
You got to catch him now.
It was a freaking bass, bro.
Oh no.
It was a bass. I waited forever to. I thought I got a hook in them, but I guess I didn't. Okay. Wow. That was a good one too. That was a coal fish. I waited for a while to set the hook. Maybe I waited too long.
You got a toothache now.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's that ambush area you look for too. That's that target zone.
I need a friend. I need a friend. That one hurt my feelings. Golly. Okay, here's the rule. We're treating them all like bass. We're treating them all like bass. It's a lot of bites right here. Just where that water's rippling through. Makes me wonder if I pulled out my popping frog and
Tell me about this move in this area.
so I've been fishing in front of a lot of marshes, but in practice it just really wasn't right. Water was really cold. And so, you know, I've been fishing the reeds in front where the fish have hunkered in. Last couple days we've had a lot of warmer weather and my reed bite has just died for a little bit. So I decided to pick up a toad and cover some water and just slowly been moving back into these marshes and getting bit. I mean, I've caught a 330, and I just lost probably another one about the same, you know, in the 3 class. There's a lot of grinnell back here. Makes it difficult because it sucks setting the hook on the grinnell because he'll cut your line. So we're just letting the wind push us back in this really clear, crystal clear water. It's, you know, 1 foot deep. There's a little bit of ripple from the wind blowing in, and it just looks like there's some bass kind of set up in the front of these reed heads. And I'm trying to take advantage of it and see if we can't get a pattern. And we can, if we can, we can run it all over. There's a lot of this area down the south side that, you know, hasn't been really fishable. The fish have not been behaving where you can catch them, so I think they've probably been left alone by a lot of guys. But when you're not catching fish, you know, you got to make an adjustment, so that's what we're doing. Instead of dying on my punching pattern, we're just trying to make an adjustment, and I'm letting it drift because I don't want to use my trolling motor. I don't want them to even know I'm here. Thought about shutting my electronics off, but dang it. I got my buzzbait too. Kind of haven't had very good luck on it since practice. That's why I put this toad on. It's a little bit more subtle. Look at all this they sprayed. It's crazy to look around and see all the marsh they've sprayed. I'm just staying in the green. Give me something to back here in grinnell country again now. We'll see if I about the clearest water you're gonna find. This place is crystal clear. Grinnell. Yeah, ugly sucker. He's gonna argue with you at the boat about it too. See how they explode different?
They're fun to catch though. They might tear your boat up, tear your lures up, but they are fun to catch. They battle.
They'll take a finger if you give them a chance too. They're aggressive.
The hook I have if I try to keep on messing with those grinnell. Your teeth will.
My uncle told me a recipe for cooking them. A lot of people haven't eaten them, but the best way to eat them is just similar to carp. You know, you hear about that. You just take a piece of piece of cedar, a piece of pine, lay them on that. You can fillet them if you want, or you can stuff them and cover them with manure, put them in the oven, and when they're done, take it out and throw the grinnell away and eat the manure and board. So try that out.
On the Atkins diet?
It is. You can roll them in aluminum foil, put it in the microwave for 87 minutes.
My trolling motor is decided that it wants to go down low. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work, bro. You gotta stay up high. Okay.
One thing we've seen the guys
it's even stupid to come back here, but
propping their trolling motors up.
Let a big old bass tell me otherwise, right? I know the grinnells are back here. I know they are. I've seen them.
Getting word that the man, Mr. James Worldwide Watson, has caught up with another one of our anglers. Check in with Mr. Worldwide himself, James Watson.
All right, look, it's like this is worse than zombies. We run into Jake Schultz out here. Rob Rakowski give him a tow out here because he had engine trouble. The boy, this got no quitting, this cat right here. We pulled up on Jake, and I was like, who's this dude? And he's got like his shirt off. He looks like he's just been surfing all day. He's got a luscious tan going on. He's like, hang on, guys. Let me put my shirt on, man. I mean, this guy's as cool as it gets. We're, pedaling wrong right beside him here. All of a sudden, he leans on one, catches his limit fish. How about that? There's no quitting this cat. And how about sportsmanship on Rob giving him a tow out here? All right. The birds. All right.
We're going to see a replay, I believe, of that boat-to-boat fish catch for Jake. And he's had some bad luck at a lot of our events, mechanical failures, and this week, big motor went down. Shout out Captain Rob for giving him a tow all the way through the no-wake zone just to get out here. And he's been able to catch a few bass every day, but down in 70th place. Catching his limit fish today, making the most of it.
Yeah, Jake's a cool cat, man. He just he can shake that bad voodoo off of him and put something together, man. He's an offshore angler, loves to finesse them, fish collegiately. Listen, they're having too much fun out there.
Back out to our leader, Gary Atkins.
Gary getting a snack, getting a honey bun. What's he working on?
Flatworm. To be the smallmouth, you got to think like
That's
the
right.
smallmouth.
He's on that Atkins diet.
I'm jealous. Past lunchtime
We got some
here.
stuff going on out here, man. We got some guys making some moves. I was looking, you got, like you say, we saw Timmy Kales. He started today in 85th. He's moved all the way up to 15th.
Went from 85th all the way to 15th. Another angler that's made a big move is James Biggs. Started today in 70th. He's found some fish. He's found about 16.5 pounds.
They don't seem to be here.
Moved up to 24th. That's one of the benefits, man, of fishing them full 3 days.
We'll try at the very end again. See if they moved out there. And I do have a couple rock piles marked over there too from practice. I know. A couple more casts and we got to get out of here.
Sounds like Gary's fixing to make a move off of the one that brought him here, the spot that has given up so many smallmouth. You can see that point in the background there. That's a familiar scene, but it's going to pull the plug.
What he's doing.
Getting closer and closer to that 1 o'clock hour, almost headed into our final hour of coverage here. Finale Friday. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Check in with the sponsors of the league. We'll see you on the other side for more Saginaw Bay action, but you will be able to watch Gary with some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. And we'll see you back in Bay City in just a moment.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back on Kevin Martin. He's done a lot of work today on a topwater frog and a buzzbait, but looks like he's resumed his position out in the middle of this bay on some isolated grass clumps. A little 100-yard stretch where he did most of his damage the first 2 days at Saginaw Bay. See over his shoulder there, a little crowded. That area has been the entire week. It's like another one of our anglers over there. I can't really tell who that is.
A couple boats.
Just got back here just a few minutes ago to try to give it another shot and see if we can pick up a couple quality fish. We just need those better than average bites, and we haven't gotten them yet. But we got a long day, so hopefully we can run across a few fish here. Definitely like to drop it down in one of those holes and get a good one out of there. I know they're laying in there. They just aren't very active. They've had a lot of pressure this week. I can't get them to chase a bait really at all right now for some reason, like swim jig or buzz bait or nothing. Don't seem like they want to chase it around. So I just started flipping. Just to give it another last chance effort before we change areas again.
You know, B, I've been jealous all week. You got to spend some time in Bay City over there around Saginaw Bay, a beautiful area.
Flipping bait. Check out that Mud Puppy Custom Lures Trash Possum. It's a pretty nice bait, actually. It works for a lot of things. I use it for a swim jig trailer, but I like to flip. It's just a beaver style bait. It's a nice bait.
Trash Possum is my new favorite.
I'm digging that.
Bait
I want a
name.
t-shirt
You
that says
said that
Trash
this
Possum.
morning. Yeah, Trash
man.
Possum is where it's at.
That could be Watson's new nickname, Trash Possum.
All of our anglers having a great time in Bay City. Kevin has caught as many bass as a lot of people catching in a lifetime, I feel like, this week.
You.
Mostly on topwater.
And a fun way to catch it, too, exactly.
No doubt about it. But as I was saying earlier, I've been jealous of you all week. You got to go to beautiful Bay City and check things out. We're going to look at a piece right now from Bay City. Swing and a miss from Kevin. Let's check out the city as our host site this week for stop number 4, the National Professional Fishing League.
Michael Bacigalupo, Chief Operating Officer of the State Theater in downtown Bay City, also the Chief Special Event Coordinator for the City of Bay City. We're here in Winona Park in beautiful downtown Bay City, where we have the Saginaw River that empties out into the Saginaw Bay, where the fishing is phenomenal. Directly behind me is the Winona Park World Friendship Shell, where we hold national acts, free concerts, free movies in the park, and have a lot of fun down here. Over to the other side is the World Friendship Ring, where we've had marriage proposals, we've had Army services, we've had all sorts of different events. And then directly behind us is the Nicholas Family Pavilion, where we hold weddings, receptions. All the people come down here, sit and have their lunch in beautiful downtown Bay City. It's the place to be, and it's the place where we have a lot of fun.
Beautiful Bay City, and the birthplace of Madonna.
That's right.
Keep throwing that at its pop culture at its finest right there.
Absolutely,
You
dude.
have been hung up on that all week long.
I'm a Madonna fan, like I told you earlier, you know, like a sturgeon, fishing for the very first time, like a sturgeon.
Will the string get pulled over your parodies, Weird Al?
I don't know, we'll
Weird
see
Cat.
what happens.
Wait a second. I've got the control room in my ear, and they have found a vintage Madonna mashup, they're calling it. I'm not sure. I think we're gonna see it.
Oh God.
Gonna see it right here. Oh, what? What?
Have mercy. I can't believe you guys uncovered that. Oh, Mom, I hope you're not watching. Golly.
Fat Cat Donna. I mean, you are certainly.
that is me. That's before I cut my hair. Yep,
You're a material bass in a material world. Like that, like a sturgeon.
I wish I had something to crawl under right now.
Like that. Good stuff
That
from
is, that's,
Fat Cat Donna.
Yeah, man. New apparel coming out. That's
apparel,
Fat Cat
that's,
apparel I've been working on. You guys just unleashed that, so.
Told you we got
Be
that
real good.
one, that nugget from each tournament. Little drop.
That's a
of
nugget, all
apparel.
right. That's definitely a nugget. Oh, man. It's probably my last time here.
And it is the last hour of coverage,
It
ladies
is that,
and gentlemen.
the folks at home can definitely tell. But, dude, back to Bay City. The place is awesome, not just because it's Madonna's birthplace. Downtown is rich and full of things to do, and this is me changing the subject.
Very
That's what
fast. Dude, I'm like, shout out to Philip Catino, the cameraman with Kevin Martin, who also doubles as a Photoshop expert, bringing us the Fat Cat Donna.
Almost good at photoshopping as he is as a cameraman, because
No
he's
doubt
been
about it.
putting
He's
in
been
work for
working.
Kevin Martin. Yeah, good stuff. Very embarrassing. Appreciate that. I am a material girl, though.
Material cat.
That's right. There it is.
There it is. Shout out Philip. Kevin turned around and was like, what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
I have no idea, bud.
He doesn't
No
either.
idea. We went from buzz baits to Fat Cat and bras right there pretty quick, too. Very.
It's exciting. Oh, man.
From Kevin over to Buck Mallory. Second place coming into today. It's like a little company.
Uh-oh.
Jeff Fitz. Jeff Fitz, who said on stage yesterday that Buck asked him to stay out of this area yesterday because Buck had a great bag, but Jeff sliding in the DMs here.
Well, it could be a situation of where Buck was capitalizing maybe where he is. Maybe there's an invisible line we don't see. Maybe they've communicated and we just don't know.
For sure.
Because like you said, he brought it up
Buck
himself.
made a
on
big deal
stage.
about it on
Yeah.
stage. Jeff made a big deal about it on stage, but Jeff is certainly back in there today.
And I'm sure Buck will let us know.
Without a doubt. Buck is it's a lot like you and I. He'll tell you how he's feeling about things.
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
that's a good one. Get in the boat. Thank you, God. Yeah. I'll move slow for you. Look at how good he got that jig. Right in there. That's what we're talking about. It's a little bit better. Make up some ground quick here. This one's got to be like 2.5, 2 3/4 at least, to get rid of the one that I have that's like I have a 202 that I can get rid of here, so we're going to go up quite a bit, I think. Or I shouldn't say quite a bit, but enough. Yeah,
I checked to see where Jeff Fitz currently sitting in 55th, had 16.10 the first day, 12.2 yesterday, and sitting on 6.7 today.
I just shut it off, damn it. 224. Number 3. Number 3 is yellow, I think.
And from Buck over to first place, Gary Atkins.
There. I did have a big one on there yesterday.
It's less than a 1 pound margin
They're
between
better today.
Gary and John Hookup Soakup.
Really nice rock right there. Ride back's gonna be nice. It's starting to look that way, but I caught him in the afternoon that first day of practice, so I don't know.
Headed into this last hour of our coverage. It's important to remember that these guys have 4.5 hours basically from right now, our top 10, until check-in, the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. So a lot of time left. We are in a little bit of a lull this midday. We started off fast and furious with a lot of fireworks, but it's certainly slowed down for a lot of our anglers.
It had. And watching that forecast earlier, it did say that the wind was, it started out low, it was going to peak, go low again, and then by the time these guys weigh in, the wind was going to pick up again. I guess that's typical Great Lake weather. It just does what it wants when it wants. Like we've talked about, you said it, and that's one thing Gary was talking about too, that wind creates that current, and that current kind of stack those fish up in those ambush areas. And it does look like it has calmed down a little bit for Gary. We talked about it earlier, maybe it was boat position, this or that, but I think it's obvious it has laid down a little bit considering where he is.
Yeah, a lot less bumpy than it was just a little while ago.
Give her a couple casts right here.
You know, we've seen him primarily throw that spinning rod with a drop shot almost the entire tournament. He did pick that spinnerbait up early when he was trying to give his spot a chance to rest and reload. Threw his spinnerbait a little bit, but not for long. We've seen him break 2 off and lose one right at the bow. 2 heartbreakers. The last one we saw, he was convinced it wasn't a bass. But man, the first 2, have mercy. Especially the big one. That one was about 4.5. You said yourself, like, oh, that's a game changer. situations like that, it's just important to keep your composure, and that's something Gary seems to be good at.
Well, in this part of the world, you know, pound upgrades are hard to come by because a lot of the fish are similar size. A lot of healthy fish, but man, when you hit that 4 pound mark, it's just a different quality bass all the way around, and those upgrades are hard to find, man. And we see the same with our largemouth guys. I mean, getting over that 3 pound, 3.5 pound mark is so hard. That's why we see so many 15 to 17 pound stringers, 15, 16, 14, you know, a lot of those this week. You just don't have that 4 pound plus fish, a lot of 3.8s, 3.10s.
Let me ask you a question. Did you think that a 5 pound largemouth would be leading the big bite challenge?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I expected to see a smallmouth 5+ for sure, and we haven't. Now, Timmy Kales, who knows? He's
good point.
Officially
On
22
fire.
pounds
We
of
talked about
smallmouth
that.
today.
Started today in 85th, yeah.
If he's got 22, he's got some meat in there for sure.
Started today in 85th. He's up over 22 pounds and shot all the way up to 15th spot. Another angler that found him is James Biggs, started today in 70th. He's found fish over 16.5 pounds and shot from 70th all the way to 24th. Like we talk about, we're a full field here all 3 days of the tournament.
As we enter this final hour of our coverage, we're going to take a look back at some of the action from this finale Friday out on Saginaw Bay. From our leader, Gary Atkins, going to look at all the fish catches. And there have been plenty of them this morning so far to this point. Gary Atkins. Heartbreak we were talking about there for our leader.
Got him.
Tim Wilson. Putting that white homemade swim jig to work.
Got him. I hope it. Thank you, Lord.
I launched him. Come on,
Mallory.
Get in there. Yes.
Trying to see if the magic Mallory Canal can produce one more day.
Magic Mallory Canal.
I don't know if it's called that on a map. I don't know if that's
now.
official. It may be. If he wins a Shield and 50K out of there, it'll be known as the Mallory Magic Canal forever. We're going to take a look now at the unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will become officially official with Big Al McCullough starting at 3:30 p.m. Our last flight checking in at 5:30. That's most of your top 10 guys. So we will decide who takes home all the money and all the trophy today there in Bay City. But Gary Atkins still on top there. You saw that Heartbreak. He's had a couple moments like that. Can he
less than
hang
a pound?
On? Less than a pound.
Hey,
over
we're here.
John Hookup Soak-Up.
Soak-Up's got the ha-ha. He's tickled right now.
That's right. And he seems to be getting a little momentum. He changed up. He got out of those reeds. We're seeing him with some moving baits now. He was talking us through his thought process earlier. Man, there's a guy that can close. We saw it twice last year. It's certainly John Hookup Soak-Up trying to be a 3-time champion out here on the National Professional Fishing League. Timmy Reams making big moves. Our Progressive Angler of the Year leader in 3rd place. Certainly a dominant season so far for Timmy, catching them everywhere we go, man, from the cold at Cumberland up here at Saginaw Bay. Now it's been an impressive run
Very
for
much
Mr.
so.
Reams so far. Kevin Martin slid up into 4th place unofficially. Started the day in 3rd. Randy Kukral in 5th. Trent Palmer, who we covered yesterday, was top 5 day 1. He told me going into day 2, look, man, tomorrow's a survival day. Day 2, day 3, the wind's going to lie down. I can get back out to my smallmouth, and it looks like he's certainly doing that.
Came into today in 16th. Found over 17 pounds so far. Yesterday he only had 11, a little over 11, so he's found something.
Making a charge, Trent Palmer trying to knock down his first NPFL top 10. Taylor Umlin still hanging in that top 10. Buck Mallory slid a little bit down to 8th place, not finding the quality that he has seen. Landon Tucker still holding down a spot in the top 10. And Georgia's John Cox swim jigging his way, hopefully, to a top 10 finish here, unofficially sitting there with 46.8. It's tight. It's very tight. And right now with those weights, you look at, I mean, really it's anybody's ball game still. We're certainly going to have to pay attention to that drive-through weigh-in. We can't call this one. We've got a little less than an hour left with you all here from the NPFL Live Studios. I'm Luke Duncan. I got Fat Cat Newton, Fat Cat Donna. What was the material bass himself? And we've got Mr. James Worldwide Watson out on the water. This one has been more difficult to call than really any of them we've had because it is so tight. And we're always surprised once we go off live because our top 10 always has a lot longer to fish, 3 hours. So lots of things can happen once the cameras do shut off and we stop running our mouths. Fireworks tend to happen. We get surprised at the weigh-in a lot. But this one is so tight, so close. And you've seen the heartbreak from Gary Atkins. Now he's pulling away from that primary shoal where he caught him. It is going to come down to who can catch a 4-pound plus fish, I believe, out of that top 5 right now. Wouldn't you say?
So if I write on a 2-pound margin between 1st and 10th, so that 4 or 5 pound kicker, and we've seen that the fish are in here. There are 5 and 6 pounders here. The guys who are around the fish, we're seeing it happen. So I agree with you. It's still anyone's tournament. And also, who's conservative? Is Gary Atkins conservative on that scale? Is he punching in the accurate weights?
I do feel like, because Gary's not weighing them. He's eyeballing them. He's been balance beaming. I feel like we've seen a couple of his most recent culls. I think he's got more weight than he's putting in weigh live. I do. I think he's been on the conservative side. But still, soak up, breathing down his neck. A lot of our top 10 certainly within range. And you look at a guy like, and this is not trying to create unnecessary drama, but you look at Trent Palmer. Yes, he had a subpar day yesterday. He tried to smallmouth fish for a couple hours. I'm assuming he's back out there today. We don't know that. We don't have a camera with Trent, but he told me he feels like the potential in his smallmouth area is there for 20 to 25 pounds. He said, man, I saw it in practice. He said, the first day, he said, I should be leading this thing. I lost one that right at the boat I saw that I know was a 6-pounder. And so the quality's there. A guy like Palmer drops a 20-plus pound bag today. He's right there going into that weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. So you're going to want to stick around and you're going to want to tune in to that weigh-in this afternoon for sure. Let's get back out on the water though with second place pro unofficially right now, John Hookup Soakup. Back after it.
Man.
Back up in the tall grass.
Reminds me of the Field of Dreams. You build it, they will come. He's in the middle of a cornfield right now, getting ready to hit a home run.
We're trying. We're trying to get back in there, see if the fish have started feeding again. I've lost touch with the fish, and I don't know if they've just left the reeds or just completely shut down or gone deeper or gone to the edge. But I'm trying to relocate these fish, find out where they're at so we can try to upgrade. I'm having a mental battle right now between throwing that toad, going back in some back marshes because I did have some activity on it and my best fish of the day, or staying with what's brought me here. And I'm sure we've all been there and fishing, so right now I'm just trying to prove all things right now and see what happens. Try not to sit around too long in one spot and do one thing too much. So I'm trying to just kind of push through and see if I can find some active fish. I can catch some fish on the outside edges. I've been able to do that all day, but I have not been able to put a big fish doing that. Now we've got to switch a wind now. I'm on the south side. The north wind has switched around. Now we've actually got a breeze that we haven't had. And I'm sure that at some point we'll activate the fish in some way. They'll definitely move them somewhere, whether that moves them to the edge to feed or down deeper. We're trying to figure that out right now.
Good stuff from John, who's always breaking it down, always analytical, always trying to sort it out on the water, and he does a great job of it more times than not. And something else that he does a great job with doing is breaking down his electronics. And John is co-owner in a company called the Bass Tank, who we are proud to work with here at the NPFL. And so we're going to hear it from the man himself on all things Bass Tank with John Hookup Soakup.
Hey everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank.
The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
To the man himself, John Hookup Soakup.
A lot of fish catches today to have only, you know, 15 pounds. It's crazy to catch 50. We're at 51 or 52, 53. We're at 53 was a good one, so we're at 53. 53 fish catches today. We've only got 15 pounds.
From John Soakup trying to become a 3-time champ, back over to Buck Mallory. He's trying to become a 2-time champ here with the league.
I know these.
Like for the situation that, you know, we go back to the boat ramp and Jeff Fitz is broke down and I leave him. It happened for a reason.
Yowza. I think what Buck was trying to say there is he's glad he didn't have any bottle rockets in the boat. Send one over to old Jeff. You know, yesterday, and it looks like Jeff has left the area. You can see a blip on the radar up there in front of Buck. Unless he's past Buck and going on in the canal. But yesterday, Buck,
he's going over to my reeds. I told him to fish those the other day. That's on me if he goes over there, but he's going over there. That stinks a little bit because I was just about to go over there when we were done with this, I think. Oh, that is a fish. I thought I had grass, and all of a sudden I realized it was going sideways. I don't know how many I've caught today, Johnny, but
I'd say at least over 50.
54. One more than John Soakup.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That one, he hit short.
That wacky rig.
I don't remember. When they're moving baits, it's hard to tell where you're at. Right there, apparently.
Attaboy.
Also, not going to help, but cool to get bit, miss him, and have a follow-up bait come through, isn't it?
Sure is.
It's always
man.
fun when that works out.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of times it doesn't. That's kind of that magazine deal. Like, oh, they miss a bait, you throw back in there, but it doesn't always happen that way.
No, man, he's just spending your entire day in this canal. He's just been catching, like you say, probably over 50 fish.
It's nice to have a follow-up bait. I like that. Ew, I don't like that though. I'm starting to get bit and I'm getting excited. And what do I got to do? Retie.
Smart man.
Because I've caught so many dang fish that haven't made the team.
You know what I do when I get
worn
like
out.
that? Get a little sideways.
Shot set up.
I like to reach for a cup of Black Rifle coffee to straighten me up. That's what I do.
Just get fired back
That's
up.
right, man. If anybody at
Just
home
go
wants
blast
to,
off
yeah, if you
25.
guys at home want to try Black Rifle coffee, all you got to do is go to blackriflecoffee.com and try that new subscription box they have. You can pick the flavors you want, the frequency you want to receive it. And make sure you put in that code BLASTOFF25 and get 25% off that subscription box. Tell them Fat Cat sent you. Probably won't do any good, but tell them anyways.
Tell them Fat Cat sent you, they may block you from the website. I'm sure. Don't name drop either one of us.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Kevin Martin,
If I could
back on
catch-
his
if I
offshore
would
grass
catch-
in this
If I
bay.
would catch one 4-pounder doing this, I would do it the rest of the day. But I'm about, you know, you got to get some confidence in doing something. If I could just catch one good one. I think this is actually a good way to catch a good one, but you can't do it all day and not get bit either.
We're going to take one last commercial break here in our final minutes of NPFL Live here in Saginaw Bay. And we'll see you back on the other side to wrap it up with more live action from Bay City, Michigan.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use it. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back. Bay City. Kevin Martin trying to get that buzz bait going in the afternoon hours like he did for most of the morning. And it has certainly slowed down.
For the guys on camera, we got some moving, boy. We got some moving around. We talked about, before going to break, you got Timmy Kales. Have mercy. He got 23-3 in the fully loaded live well right now. 23-3. Started today in 85th, moved up to 15th. James Biggs started today in 70th.
Are you off live, Phil?
Setting in 24th.
Okay.
John Policini started today in 66th. He's found 17 pounds. He's moved from 66th to 23rd. Dustin Perry started today in 77th. He's moved up to 25th with 17:10. Policini's got 17. These guys are finding them. And that's one of those benefits, man, fishing a full field all 3 days.
You're never out of it.
Never out of it. There you go.
Come right at me, dude. Right at me.
Joker was moving out of there.
Mm-hmm. I had to hammer down southbound, busting the gate, doing 98, looking cool on a stool with a driver's seat full of sweetmeat. Come on one time. It's been fun watching Kevin, man. Like I say, he's put on a good top order clinic.
I'm going to move way up there in that progressive AOI after this event. Was already in good shape, 27th place with 3 events to go, you know, just halfway through the year. But man, strongest event of the year here at clutch performance.
Absolutely.
This week.
Done great on camera.
For Kevin Martin, we're going to check back in with Mr. Wilson, our day one leader, Tim Wilson.
Tim the carpet man. What he goes by back at the house.
Yeah, I've got about 41 now. That would put me at about 43, just a keeper, I mean. That last one I just lost, I hope it don't cost me $10,000. But it wasn't my fault. If I did something stupid, I'd be more upset. Tell you what, the same guy from yesterday, I bumped into him and we're sharing a stretch. And I was struggling yesterday and he said, keep at it, buddy. Just go up through there and throw a swim jig. And I was telling my cameraman, I said, man, I think that's that same guy. We were too far apart to tell and we just ran into each other again. Today I helped him out a little bit by loaning him a lure, but his name is Blake Felix. And no matter what happens today, the sportsmanship was unreal of us helping each other out. I gave him some baits. He said, start flipping a brush hog instead of the swim jig down through here. These fish are loaded. I need one more keeper for a check. I would like to have, of course, way deep into the checks, but the update is I've just got kind of like a newfound feeling, because I just lost a 3-pounder on a swim jig that hung me up in the reeds, which would have been my 5th fishing, gave me around 44 pounds, maybe 44 and a half. So I'm gonna plug along, and I mean, I'm really gonna put it down and grind as hard as I can.
That's cool, man. Blake Felix, a cool cat. Got a strong TikTok following. Strong TikTok following. Blake's doing pretty good this tournament. He's sitting in 21st right now.
You always like hearing those type stories. And there's a lot of that in the league. A lot of great camaraderie,
sportsmanship, brotherhood.
For sure. From Tim, we're going to jump back over to John Sokup. Unofficially in second place, trying to run down Gary Atkins.
While he's been trying to find a good one, old Randy Kukrow found one and slid up in between John Sokup and Gary Atkins.
The big cat with the current information.
Hey, man, somebody's got to do it.
And the leaderboard, in my defense, changes constantly today. Every time you update that way live, it's like, oh, okay, somebody else is in the top 10.
That's why I think, man, that long day is going to play such a big role. You know, we went through that midday loss. Some of the guys are going through it. Some of the other guys are finding them. Such a huge body of water and so much going on, a strong ecosystem. And I think just because the fish aren't biting here don't mean they ain't biting over there. And that's obvious if you pay attention to that way live tracker.
Like you're saying, the John Paulsini's.
That's right, James Biggs, even Trent Palmer. Max. Yeah, I mean, we got guys, Timmy Kales, over 23 pounds.
It's been a minute. He ain't gonna help, but man, it feels good, doesn't it? Number 54.
Now think about this.
Back at it. And we're back at it.
We've been with John a long time today. He says that's bass 54. He's caught a crazy amount. Most of them before 10 o'clock.
Good point. Good point.
That's what's.
Did you hear what he said? Welcome to the jungle. Ooh, knees, yeah. All right, go. What were you saying?
He held on to it too.
Well, once you started the Axl Rose sway, I lost all sense of direction.
But he said that he's definitely hit his law.
For sure. Yeah, because he
that was another bite.
But he said it wasn't, I feel like it wasn't that long ago. He said 51.
Bunch of thick stuff.
And who's complaining when they catch 50-something bass in a day? Don't get me wrong, but I'm just talking about how strong that morning bite was for so many of our anglers. There was low pressure. Something was going down across this system that had those suckers chomping.
Come on.
Whether it was largemouth or smallmouth, we saw Gary Atkins doing the same.
Bigger, heavier rod and nothing.
We'll go back over to the man that everybody's trying to run down, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins, the real shot pro. Change of scenery.
You saw him do this yesterday. Not for long though.
And was successful.
He was.
Had a couple of coals on the bank before he went back out smallmouth fishing. So.
I like the looks of it. I do. It looks favorable. Whew. Flies don't look favorable though. Jesus.
Gary.
Not gonna help. I watched that fish come from 10 feet to get it. As much as I like fishing brown ones, I catch them green ones too.
Attaboy. They all on that Atkins diet.
Now we just need the bigger ones to start biting here.
His biggest one so far, what he has put in is 3 pounds, 5 ounces. He's got 14.1 in the box. Like you were saying, man, he gets that. If he can upgrade, get that 1 4.5, 5 pounder, it's gonna be tough.
My daughter's getting married here in a couple weeks, so I'm gonna learn how to dance real quick. Get these flies off my legs.
Does he need a beat? Do you need to drop him a beat?
I mean, I've done enough singing for today, I think.
Good depth here, everything. It's got everything you need.
And Gary can't hear you, but man,
big one to be living
Oh, you
here.
probably could if I clean the pipes out.
And I know the wind's been hitting this hard, so I know it hasn't been fished.
Is it true that you're flying back to Bay City immediately when we wrap here to do a performance there?
It is. My Uncle Leroy's bringing the
At
crop
Donna?
duster up here, and I'm flying back. Got the goggles and everything ready. We'll be singing.
Just right back across Lake Michigan over to Bay City.
Absolutely. We'll be crop dusting all the way over there, and I'll get up there on stage and.
Free concert, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
People.
It'll be free.
No cover charge there.
No cover charge, Luke. I don't know if you're trying to coax me into singing right now. I don't know what's happening. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way. Oh, man. Come on, Gary, catch a fish for us, bud. We're losing it in here.
4 pounder. Come on, where are you at, 4 pounder?
Give me another cup of this Black Rifle coffee, get my mind right.
I don't know that you need any more Black Rifle coffee. I think you officially hit your limit.
Come on.
The second you went Wilson Phillips on us in the studio here.
Oh, how about took daggone lens out?
Coming in hot.
Piper dodging bullets back there.
Oh boy, what a mess. I didn't hit you. No, the sinker did.
Gary re-rigs, tries to chase down some largemouth. We're going to catch up with Kevin Martin, who has certainly found plenty of the green fish here at Saginaw Bay.
Give a man a break.
You probably won't.
I'll go out there with you. I don't care.
I'll try not to beat you up too bad.
I tend to feel like I've already been in the worst stuff I could be in, so it can't get much worse than what I've already been in.
Right. You know, you actually have to be in pretty good shape to do that, what you do. I mean, physical shape, especially at our age, you know, you do. Not that we're old, you know, but all that for that. That's a keeper, but definitely no help.
Not going to make the team.
But it's a bite. I need a 5 pounder to do that.
I feel like Kevin knows every inch of this bay.
Oh, yes,
After
sir.
spending 3 days in here all day, every day. We've seen him flip for a very long time and just caught that small keeper that will not help him. And when you do flip this big weight in this grass, this isolated clump, type fishing, you expect a big bite every now and then. I mean, you're not going to get a ton of bites, but
you're going to get that kicker.
Exactly right.
Get that hog head he's looking for.
He's trying to trash possum one up right here.
That's it.
From Martin over to Mallory. Michigan's Buck Mallory started the day in second places. Catch up with Uncle Buck.
Seems like he's getting a consistent breeze in there now. Breaking up the surface, kind of what he was talking about earlier. Not a lot, but
Try this, try that, try this, try that. Well, got you that time.
There you go.
Wow.
Back-to-back buck.
He ain't making the squad, I don't think. Do you? Nah. Nah, not even gonna look.
He's looking for Big Belly Kelly.
Cameraman John Moat's like, hey, don't put this on me, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
put this on me.
I'm saying that all day.
Buck Mallory, we're checking back in with John Sokup. Trying to run down another NPFL Shield, $50,000 in the tall grass.
Out there in the field of streams. It's a stretch, but it's getting late.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dad Cat.
Oh. 56. It's not the right size.
I love that John's keeping up with him.
Oh man.
If there's fish in there, it makes you feel like
hope he's 60 plus. And for all we know, he probably is right now.
He would take less bites.
Oh yeah.
One that he can't move when he sets the hook in that big stuff.
A little bit of a wimp right now.
He's looking for Grasszilla right now. And that's all it would take right now. You get that one good, like we said, 4.5, 5.5. Could be a true game changer.
Probably 15, 20 minutes left.
And he's no stranger to being in this situation either. No stranger to being in contention for victory. Getting a close look at Eye of the Tiger. That eye of determination.
Where you're at.
Sokup back over to our tournament leader, Gary Atkins.
I got you. I don't know if I should do this inside or go on the outside, because I know this didn't get fished because that wind was blowing in here like crazy. But then again, it might have pushed them out of there too, you know.
Gary hooked up.
So does Luke.
Oh, it's a good one.
I got Mallory up in spot 5 with the boy thing.
Skinny. I don't think it's gonna help. Too skinny. I seen that length and I'm like, that's gonna be a good one. I don't think that helps. Do you? I don't. I know it's not.
I love the asking the camera guy. You think this will help? I'm like, hey, buddy,
They are in this side.
you're trying to win 50 grand. Don't lay that responsibility on me.
They are on this side. That sucker too, I watched you come and get it. That thing hit the water and all I saw was a flash. I say we try this side. Got him, did you?
Easy now.
There's like 3 or 4. Oh, you suckers. Where's that wind when you need it now? My Lord, they're ruthless.
You just feel like with a lot of time left that he could certainly catch a largemouth that he needs, which would completely disrupt my smallmouth are going to win
I like the way
program
this
here
looks.
that I've been selling to the crowd.
It might have been semi-protected with this way this is. Yeah, usually when you get into an area and you catch a good one, there's other good ones in the area.
Gary trying to close this thing out, took the lead yesterday after starting the event in second place.
It's got really good
Day
depth.
1, almost 20 pounds of smallmouth, 1912.
It really looks good. I'm just gonna flat out say it looks good.
The black flies are loving them some Atkins diet.
My God, they're ruthless.
He is a sweet fella. Very nice guy. Bugs want a piece of him too. It's been a pleasure covering him this event as well, man. Really getting to know Gary. You never hear, we've talked about Gary, talked to people about Gary, and you know, here we are at the real shot. You know,
Guys in the studio are probably laughing.
Oh yeah, we're making fun of you right now, Gary. Don't worry about it. You're good, buddy. We're talking nice about you. But it's been good getting to see him and get to know him.
He's doing a stanky leg up there.
Stanky leg, that's right. Shake it, don't break. Look,
look, there it is.
That's
Teach
the
him
old,
how to Gary.
Saginaw two-step. You're doing good though, man. Setting 7th in that progressive AOY, earning very valuable points. Going to Sandusky next, and I assume we're gonna be hearing from him from there as well.
Our last looks here. Out at Saginaw Bay, our leader, Gary Atkins. The story will be, can he pull it off? Can he hold on after that drive-through weigh-in? And so many things could happen between now, when we go off the air, and of course, that weigh-in that starts at 3:30 p.m. TNPFL.com. You're definitely going to want to check that out. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard as we wind things down here on Finale Friday. Will there be late day fireworks? And look at the latest update. Trent Palmer, the Georgia angler. We talked about it at the top of this hour. He told me on the night of day 1, going into day 2, we covered Trent yesterday. He said, I've got an opportunity. If I can survive day 2, I can get back out there to those smallmouth. Man, they are better than average, and I'm around bigs, and look right there. Unofficially has taken the lead from Gary Atkins right here.
Only weighed in 11.2 yesterday.
Scrambled for largemouth. He did try to catch the smallies yesterday, couldn't get them to fire. Trent Palmer right now, 49.11 unofficially. A lot of time left for him as well, though.
Good point.
You know, he was right outside of that top 10, but he gets to check in late as well. So a lot of things can happen. Gary Atkins in second place, 49.7 unofficially. Randy Kukral has slid back up into third place, bumping John Sokup to fourth. Timmy Reams, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, holding down that fifth place spot. Kevin Martin, who we've watched do work all day long.
Great,
it's been
man.
so much fun
Great
watching
top
Kevin.
water stuff out of Kevin.
Taylor Umlin, who's in that same bay. It would be so crazy to have 2 top 10s out of that same general area. Because
you're going to, because Timmy Reams is in that same area as Kevin Martin.
So crazy. Taylor Umlin in 7th place. Buck Mallory slid down to 8th place. Landon Tucker in 9th. And John Cox, the Georgia Pro, in 10th place, 46 pounds, 8 ounces. And man, shake up, shake up, shake up. We said that coming into this event, there would be a Progressive Angler of the Year shake up. It's looking like that's going to be the case for sure. Other than that top spot, Timmy Reams will not turn loose of that, it seems, right now. Holding down that 5th place spot right now in the tournament. Kevin Rogers still, he was hovering around the check line a little earlier when we checked.
He was a little below it. Yeah, a little below it. He's right around
Collings, not having a great event here at Saginaw Bay down in the 70s. Ryan Davidson, more of the same there in the 60s. Bryant Smith having a decent event here. Eddie Carper as well. Gary Atkins, though, can he win? Can he get those valuable Progressive Angler, the most points you can get for taking home that shield and the big check? That will certainly move him up that leaderboard after this event. Logan Millsaps, Todd Goat, and Sean Murphy rounding out our top 10. Logan having a fantastic tournament here.
Fantastic season.
Absolutely. For his first year in professional angling, awesome to see Logan Millsaps, the son of Jesse Millsaps, who fished with us in our inaugural season, right there mixing it up. We appreciate all of you joining us today. We've had a blast here. Maybe a little too much fun.
It's been a while, dude. I've enjoyed every minute of it, dude. It's been a good time. It's big thanks to that right there. Getting wound up, boy.
I think you had an IV of Black Rifle coffee is what it certainly seemed like. We got to give a shout out to a guy. We didn't have a camera on today. Of course, when the dust settles, we'll find out exactly what he's going to weigh in. But Timmy Kales, Tim Kales,
wow,
unofficially 23 pounds of smallmouth out there today. Who knows? They might weigh a lot more than that when he gets in. That's incredible. That's what we expected to see here at Saginaw Bay.
Well, that's what you kept talking about, hyping it up, smallmouth. We were all thinking smallmouth could play such a large role. We got surprised, but a pleasant surprise seeing how big of a role those largemouth have played here at Saginaw Bay. It's incredible. And Timmy Kale started today in 85th, currently sitting at 15th. Crazy.
Incredible comeback for Mr. Kales. And I really wanted it to be a smallmouth dominated event. I said that yesterday, but the largemouth, even if a Gary Atkins wins, a Trent Palmer, largemouth have played a big role in that too, because they both had to scramble to that yesterday. We saw that with Gary before he went back out on his smallmouth spot and got to Cole. Same today. Gary's got his smallmouth. Now he's up fishing largemouth. I think Trent Palmer started the day with largemouth and then ran out to his smallmouth. So lots of time left for the anglers, but the takeaway for me from Bay City, Michigan is do not sleep on the largemouth bass population there in Saginaw Bay. It's truly one of the more impressive things I've seen in pro fishing in a very long time. Just the overall health of this fishery. It's incredible.
It is incredible. The fishery is incredible. And I think a big part of it that plays into that is the community takes care of the fishery.
For sure.
They're very conservation oriented. They take care of what they have, and that's why it is what it is, man. So shout out to Bay City. It's great place, great fishery. Saginaw Bay is where you need to come.
No doubt about it. We appreciate them hosting us this week, and we appreciate all of you joining us for all the live coverage, for the weigh-ins. We could not do this without our sponsors and without the viewers that check this out and give this league and the anglers the support they deserve, man. These guys are out here working hard to take home that $50,000 and that shield. And one thing is for sure, we don't know anything at this point. 3 more hours, you're going to want to join Big Al McCullough at that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, Bay City. You can check it out, tnpfl.com. Somebody is going to take home a big check, and there will be fireworks headed into the 4th of July weekend. We will see you guys at Sandusky Bay.
There we go. Another. That's a dude that rolled like that, and I thought it was a big one. But that no help. Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord.
More.
Yeah, finally. Got him. Oh, but.
Watched him come off that tree. Get in there.
Yes.